making. So all of them have it off. What the fuck are we doing, dude? Please get the shit together. No. It is getting very frustrating that I can go and solve our problems one by one, and then when something like the knock skin thing happens, you don't tell me, and you take it off all the dogs? What the fuck are we doing? Exactly, it makes no sense. Like, you don't care. Like, look, you're careless, and you claim that you're, oh my god, dude, like, for someone who fucking tells me, what'd you say?
Me calling you is the opposite of careless.
No, it's absolutely careless, because you should not, at this point in time, he should already be trained to not want to do that, okay? Like, I'm very sick and tired of the fact that you canceling me this last round, you go around and you just do things. And then you expect me to somehow be on the same wavelength when my understanding is entirely different, because when we set these things into motion, it sounded like they were good solutions. I never got feedback that they weren't good solutions. They're not bad solutions for anyone except maybe Knox, which I bet that could be resolved, right? But you... I know! Hey, newsflash, I know what you said. What I'm saying is superseding that, because it shouldn't be an issue. You're making no sense. Call you before I come in is reflection of fear he might run out. Me being aware he's in the yard is understanding that he won't run out because he has a collar on. It's not the same thing. You're trying to make it the same thing. Nice try.
It's good to call me in general, because even if he has a collar,
you offer me that information randomly, I'm not putting it on them. That means you already took it off.
I literally told you this because I said I tried it with dogs and he got a like hive on his neck and his fur fell off because he had it on while his fur was wet. And they all get wet, so I'm not gonna put it on them by default when they're in the front yard. I will.
That is so fucking dumb. That is so fucking dumb. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Like literally, you should try it on the rest. Because like I said, okay, in the moments when it matters, right? Because your dogs, for whatever reason, probably bad training, run the fuck out of the fucking property the moment anything happens.
They haven't been doing that with
okay, stop with the fucking, they haven't done it in a while, but when it happens, you go fucking hysterical, all fucking shit flies out the fucking, you know.
Most people do when their dog gets out.
Nah, you have some shit going on, man. Like you got some fucking PTSD thing that's resurging during those moments. Because it ain't normal to fucking run around cussing at every fucking other human being in the fucking vicinity.
I didn't.
Just at the cops, sure, that's fine.
I didn't.
I guarantee you did.
Oh my god, I did not.
I'm almost tempted to call up and ask.
It was on a stream. I did not.
No, okay, that was the second time. The first time, do we want to talk about it? Like, because you absolutely did.
They suck when they run out and not cussing at everybody.
You're right, you're sitting in the car fucking saying, don't fucking run them over, you're making blah, blah, blah.
No, I did not cuss at him. You weren't even in the car.
Yeah, you did.
I did not cuss at him. You weren't even there.
You were hysterical. You were probably not in a state of mind to be able to remember.
Yeah, I was hysterical. I wasn't cussing at him.
It was very clear. I'm not even gonna fucking, I know you were, but like regardless, you saying that I wasn't there doesn't change the fact that I know what happened.
But he told you that I cussed at him.
I need you to understand that the worst thing that can happen, both in terms of your emotionality and the dog's well-being, the worst thing that can happen, okay, you ready? Is that they get out. I'm just gonna go and say why. Because when they get out, suddenly all your bullshit fucking posturing about the security and safety and blah, 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 which you've just spent like $500,000 on, all of that shit goes out the window and you open the gate wide and you run around like a fucking idiot. Okay? It's like fucking, you know, you're opening the gates of Troy because fucking, you know, Prince Paris got the fuck out.
Yeah, I gotta open the gates.
No, buddy. I need this to be very fucking clear. The dog getting out sucks, and we should go find them. But we do not fucking open the gate going forward. That is stupid.
So how do you get out without opening the gate?
Oh, no, like briefly, sure. I mean, you should not keep it open, and you should not be standing in front of the open gate. The only thing that the only thing that might be permissible is if you're in a vehicle and you gotta open the gate to get out to fucking go look for them. That's fine. Do not fucking go out on foot. Do not fucking leave the gate open.
How are they gonna get back in the house if you don't open the gate?
Well, did you hear what I said? I said if you want to get in a vehicle and go search for them, that's probably the closest thing to being like safe that there is. You know? But like to open.
But there wasn't any more room in the vehicle. You went with the cops. So I stayed home in case they came home.
You have other vehicles, my friend. My friend, you have other vehicles. There's a lot of cars on the lot.
Who's gonna be here to see when the dogs come home?
Again, the gate stays closed, period. It's stupid to do what, yeah, exactly. You're telling me the security all left to go look for your dog, including me, and you're gonna sit there with the gate open, you dumb fuck? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard! Keep the gate closed! That's what I mean. You gotta understand, okay? If you are afraid for security reasons, that fear needs to stay at all times. Not just when it's convenient to posture against me. That means when your dog gets lost, security is still a fucking issue. And here's the thing, okay? That's why I keep saying it. The best way to do this is to be preventative, which means getting them trained so that the shock collar is on enough that they don't even try that.
We did this already. Thanks. We already did.
I don't think you hear me here. No. I'm saying do it till they don't do that. There is enough.
It's a new solution. I'm not used to it. I forgot about it. Thank you for the reminder.
Okay, yeah. You can just forget about great dog fucking animal person you are. Oh, I forgot about it. Dude.
Yeah, I forgot about the invisible collars, which I'm not
Holy
used to.
shit.
Correct. They are new.
I'm gonna tell you right now, okay? You did not tell me you took him off all the dogs. I was roughly aware that Knox didn't have it on it sometimes, okay? And I knew the reason why. You did not say you took it off all the dogs. That is a lie. I urge you to communicate way better, because if you're gonna be forgetful like you are, apparently, even about the well-being and safety of your fucking dogs and the safety of the fucking...
Calling you is communicating.
No. I don't think you understand, okay? That's like me saying, you know, if you want to play by stupid technicalities, then don't fucking tell me to tell you when I open the gate. And, you know, if I do tell you, I'll tell you after I've opened it, because I'm still communicating. Stop. I'm clearly asking, clearly, I'm asking for you to communicate every moment that you take it off of each dog, and also if you haven't put it on or have put it on, because otherwise I ain't gonna fucking know. I just don't have a way of knowing when you do things unilaterally and don't say anything, because you did not say anything.
I just did say something.
No, you did today after I pointed out why the fuck would he still do that. But I'm saying that when you initially took it off them, that's when I need to know. Just like you need me to tell you before I get home.
I did tell you. I told you about Knox's thing.
Knox only! I know about Knox! I know about Knox. You didn't talk about the rest of them. You didn't. I know you didn't! Because I already knew Knox didn't have it!
I've already told you that I'm not keeping it on them. I told you several times.
You did not. You did not. You really did not. That was no one's understanding.
And everyone else understood it.
Everyone else who?
The training sessions with invisible fits where they had...
I wasn't there! The fuck are you talking about?
Also, like...
Whoa! I wasn't there for that, so I didn't hear that! No, you fucking liar! You know you're fucking lying. Now I know you're lying. I can tell. Because I asked you, because you didn't talk to me about it. You didn't talk to me about it.
I was talking to you too. I said they advised me not to do that.
And he told you it was fine, and then we reached that
His dogs, not all dogs are the same. He has short-haired dogs. Their skin does not have loose skin.
Listen, buddy, that's the instance I'm talking about. So for that instance, you told me you took it off Knox. You didn't say to me or the cop, you took it off all of them. That's the part that I didn't know, he didn't know, no one knew. Because that doesn't make any sense. Knox has an irritation, all of them don't have it now.
I told you I'm only going to use it when they're in the front yard.
You said that about Knox. You said that about Knox. You told us that about Knox, not the rest.
I have told you, calm down.
You have not. I'm telling you, you have not. I would remember because I like to know these things because I think it's a good solution. And I would have registered a complaint about why we don't do it regularly enough. I did not know. You did not tell me.
Okay.
You literally did not. And what I'm asking for you is the same thing you ask of me, which is to communicate, which I do, but you fucking don't. I go out of my way. What?
I'm literally communicating with you.
Okay, stop! I'm not saying right now after I asked you didn't communicate. I'm saying, ready? That you need to do so proactively can I finish the sentence? I need you to do so proactively anytime anything such as that changes. Because I was under the impression that they were all building some level of, avoidance around running out the front gate. It seems like that is absolutely 0% true, which means that the fucking, no, let me finish, which means that so why would they bolt out?
I don't mean just bolt out.
I am meaning that though. I'm asking why they would bolt out.
I haven't seen them do it since invisible training, and so they probably wouldn't. But I'm still concerned because your car is so big, you might not see them.
Again, this car is so much fucking blindside, blah 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 detection, like out, like.
I don't drive that car really. I don't pay attention when I'm a passenger in it either, so I don't know that.
All of our cars, except the fucking 1960s one, don't do.
Okay, I just don't know.
Listen, I need to know that it's mostly not on, because that's not smart. Like, if nothing else, it should just be on, like, 24/7 for a period of time. The whole point is, once you get over the hump of them learning that it is not, you know, something they want to do to bolt out, then you can take them off, and it is fine still.
I've done that. You're past that point.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Okay? Like, all of them should be, like, visibly not wanting to bolt out. And I don't believe they've been, because, like, if what you're saying is true, then, like, they had the fucking collars on for less than a month straight. Which I don't know if that's gonna fucking be enough to fucking make it learn for them. I don't think you know either, and I think it's stupid to not know. And to not say anything. And then to not fucking get it to that point. It's an investment, okay, of time and I guess their discomfort. Alright? But I'm telling you right now that when any rational person looks at the downside of them escaping, not only is it life-threatening, right? Like it's just also like fucking mentally taxing for you, but worse than all of that is the fact that it creates the fucking security breach, especially since you stream so much that it's likely to be known. It creates a security breach, which is not why we spent $500,000+ to patch after the break-in. Like, it endangers everyone there. It endangers the other dogs. It endangers the dogs that run away. And then for you to sit there and say, oh, well, y'all took some of the vehicles, so I couldn't go. That's fine. You can stay back. But don't fucking do it with the gate open. And when you go, oh, but how am I going to let them back in? Well, if they didn't get out because we fucking follow protocol, then they wouldn't be that issue. But now that they're out, you're already in a world that's imperfect because your dogs have escaped. In a perfect world, that wouldn't happen. You can't now look to try and bridge those two and say, well, the gate has to be open. No, it doesn't. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is like battlefield triage, all right?
Yes, when my dogs are not running, though, I would rather sit at the gate because there was security here at the time. There was 2 security. Again,
I'm gonna tell you, yeah, and both of them were out. So fuck off with that. Nice try.
But it's unlikely that somebody is going to be able.
Okay, stop! Stop! Let me explain. No, you're wrong. Let me explain something to you, okay? Let's go by base case. Base case, it's already unlikely someone's gonna break in. Duh. Most days they don't. Okay? So you're talking about one time in the 8 years you streamed. Let's just call each day a unique probability. 8 times 365. That is the one, like that's the, denominator, right? The numerator is 1. So it's 1 out of like fucking approaching 2,500. That's your chance. It's already unlikely. I'm gonna tell you right now, I guarantee you there's a surge in likelihood when stream knows your dog is missing and you're frantic and you can't find him and the gate's open.
I wasn't even streamed. I left the stream phone in the garage. I went and sat by the gate without the stream.
I didn't say stream was there. I said stream was aware they were missing. They don't. No. Let me finish. Here's why. Because they could assume one of 3 things. One is that you're out searching and you're vulnerable. everything will be good. It's just what needs to happen. Stop sitting there fucking false optimizing. I'm not saying false optimizing like you're doing it on purpose. I'm saying false optimizing like if you step back and look, it's fucking stupid the choices that you're making. Like, for you to be like, well, I don't like their neck to be irritated. It's like, bro, it is way more demonstrable that their big risk is them running out of the goddamn complex. And I can go down the list, but I don't really want to, of why that is.
Okay.
Like, don't fucking operate that way. Like, you have to understand, okay? Just because shit is hitting the fan doesn't mean we invite or pour more shit onto the fan, right? Because it's done. You have this habit of being like, oh no, the bad shit is happening. Well, let's just fucking welcome all the bad shit. It ain't binary. It ain't good or bad. There are degrees of bad, and bad can get worse. So the precautions that we observe when things are good stay when things are bad. That is the most obvious thing I can ever fucking tell you. That's like saying, oh no, you know, like my phone fell on the ground, so I guess I'm gonna unclip my seatbelt and drive faster because something bad's already happened. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, no. Like, stay driving the same pace and below the speed limit and keep the seatbelt on. Like, I'm telling you that, like, just because one negative thing has happened doesn't mean you fucking do things that preclude precaution.
Alright.
Like, does that fucking make sense?
I think so.
It's just silly to be so fake scared of maybe someone knows a gate code or some shit like that. Therefore, you have to fucking change the locks on me, which we both know is an excuse.
Okay.
But then be perfectly okay with the gate open and everyone in the fucking world who's tuned in even one iota knowing that you're frantic and probably out and searching. Like, bro, I'm telling you right now, one is a way bigger security concern than the other, and the fact that you only observe the ones that benefit you, it doesn't speak well.
I mean, it's normal for a lot of women out there when if their pet's missing, the emotional attachment makes them not really care so much for their own safety.
Right, as opposed to their partner being locked out of the house. Correct, you're right.
You were out in the car with the dogs too. I don't know, maybe.
Locked out of the house? What are you fucking talking about? Locked out of the fucking gate? Like, previously I was, until I fucking...
The damn cars are missing. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I don't even know.
No, I'm saying I was comparing it to when you changed the locks allegedly out of fear, which is bullshit. It was out of partly annoyance and spite, not just fear. But you try to pretend like it was a security thing.
I mean, I did feel unsafe when
I know, but I'm saying that the degree of unsafety you put yourself and everyone else in, I'm saying the degree of unsafety that you put yourself and everyone else in is so much greater than the stuff that, like, is fucking just spiteful and you're using.
No one else was here. It was just me.
Bro, you do that one time, they're gonna expect you to do it every fucking time. And also, in addition, we're all no, let me finish. We're all put at unsafety because, like I already said to you, if they think you're out searching, which they did, then they're gonna be looking for you, but they might find us. You see what I'm saying? It ain't good for anyone.
Y'all are in a car.
Part of the time, but we're also fucking running around. Exactly, it's stupid. It's not smart. It's really not smart.
But that won't change anything whether the gate's open or closed because y'all are at the house.
No, but that's why I'm saying that the overarching best case, I'm saying best case is we leave the collars on, they're trained to not do that. That would eliminate all of the risk of that night. The second best case, which is if they've already gotten out because we haven't observed that, is we keep the gate closed. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's 1 and 2. Okay, and I'm saying one, that the act of not having them trained on the collar, even though it's been suggested multiple times for multiple months, is that it puts everyone at risk. That's what I'm saying. It's two different things, but they both contribute to the same risk profile.
Okay. Alright, I'll go put that in. Will you still call me though?
I will, and I'm very close anyways, but also, listen, if you're taking it off any singular dog, tell me it's coming off that dog. Okay? Because that is a huge determinant on how risky it is if I see them randomly in the yard or whatever. Like, I need to know that. Like, I really should know that. Right? Like hell, why don't you just pick up the phone and call me when you're taking it off any of the dogs? Because also, like, you know, like you just said, you forget to put them on. Well, that's fucking useless. But if you're gonna be that forgetful, then you need someone else also knowing so that they can help you remember. Like what you're doing is fucking like irresponsible and like bullshit. Like it straight up is. Right? Like we have a solution. It took me long enough to convince you that we needed to try the solution. Right? Like I shouldn't even needed to convince you. You should have heard that it was a thing and then just been jumping on it. But I had to fucking keep convincing you. Right? And then, right? You won't tell me when they're taking off. And I'm gonna tell you right now, okay? Fuck off with the whole, oh, Bagon might fly into a mirror thing. I have trained her, and I think it's a way more prudent decision to train her to not do that. Okay? When you sit there and you take fucking literally idiosyncratic risk with your dogs. Like the reason they don't have the collar on so that they don't run out when we've already seen them run out before is way, way, way more likely than, you know, Bagon, you know, after me training her to not run into something, running into something. You gotta understand that. Like, get your shit out of my shit and handle your own shit first.
Alright.
And then, like, it's the same thing, dude. You put them in way more risk than me joking about a cigar, you know, while I'm out watching them. I could even have a cigar in my hand, smoking it, and it'd still be less risk than what you subject themselves to. So before you get there and you fucking start a multi-week-long fight, embarrass me in front of everyone, waste a fuck ton of money on lawyers.
You're embarrassing yourself.
I'm talking about that instance.
Okay, just being clear on this one, please. Sorry.
Because I don't feel embarrassed whatsoever, one iota. And if anyone thinks I should be embarrassed, well, they're a shithead and a dumbass. And if you think I'm embarrassed, then maybe we're not in the fucking right place in our relationship. Because I don't think I need to be embarrassed at all.
I don't think so. I believe.
Good. Then you don't have to fucking. Okay. Then I'm gonna give you some advice. Don't tell me what you think some dumbass in your chat who's simp broed out the fucking brain is gonna be thinking. Because that person's opinion is irrelevant. I'm not embarrassed for myself, and if you're not embarrassed for me, and that's all that fucking matters, I would just shut the fuck up about the rest of it. Right? Because what I'm saying is, when those fights happened, it was embarrassing for me. And it was embarrassing for me at a time when I had just fucking saved your life. And it's like the first chance that we had to potentially, I don't know, resuscitate my image that you destroyed errantly. Like 2022.
I think the Action Man thing was great. You bought them soon, so it's a W.
Great, thanks for changing the subject, but the fucking 2022 thing, like, you dramatically miscommunicated the scope of what happened, and I let it slide. I would appreciate you not creating a second bullshit scenario around me.
I'm not doing anything. All I said was call me before you drive home. You started a fight. I didn't do anything.
Oh no, because it's very fucking important, because literally, my main concern here is that I didn't even know the fucking collars were off all of them. I did not know that. And I'm saying that, like, before you... Well, yeah, but it wasn't that you told me. It was that I was like, wait, why would this... Huh? Thrust of it is that you should have communicated, but also that, like, if you're gonna be this fucking forgetful and fucking unsafe with them, then you gotta fucking examine inward, because the biggest risk is coming from you, not from me. This was what the fucking point was. The whole joke was, if I had a cigar, if, and you try to twist it around and be like, oh, that's deadly for them. You want to kill them? It's like, dude, stop. Me saying if I had a cigar, if, puts him in zero risk. Even
I would get mad at a kid if I told him that chocolate was toxic, and then he was like, can I bring my chocolate cake outside to play with the dog?
Why can't you just be something today? And I said, well, if I had my cigar, because to me, I'm saying that if I had gotten a chance to smoke a cigar and relax, then I would be a lot less on edge. That was an answer to your question. It isn't a fucking threat or a statement of intent. I'm literally answering the question you are asking. Right? But even if I had a cigar out there that day, smoking it, I'm telling you it's less risk than what you subject them to due to forgetfulness. Because if you're gonna sit here and tell me that one cigar has a tiny, which, it's like 17 cigars needed, but like still, I get what you're saying. One cigar could make him have a stomach ache, and eventually we might have to take him to the vet, right? Not life-threatening, but still not good. I get that. But I'm telling you that one instance of them running out could be donezo. And I'm telling you right now that your forgetfulness probability way outweighs the fact that my joke somehow materializes in any kind of material way. And so I'm telling you that you need to fucking stop throwing rocks when your own house is made of fucking glass, okay? You need to iron out risk with your animals before you sit there and criticize me for making a joke.
I am ironing them out. That's why I told you to call me when you're about to come
Okay,
home.
once again, despite your attempt at ignorance, I'm gonna say this one more time, okay? It's this. It's that I understand that. I know you're calling me to tell me, but what I'm telling you is the risk is not having the fucking invisible fence collar on them, and then not telling. I know you did. Hence why I said you're forget. Hey, buddy, you're not listening to me. I just said it's your forgetfulness that's putting them at more risk, and the forgetfulness I'm referring to is you forgetting to tell me, forgetting to put them on both. There's no reason to forget, and therefore the forgetfulness is the causal factor. I'm not even fucking saying you're doing it on purpose. I'm saying being forgetful is still a risk.
Okay.
What, do you disagree?
No.
Well, then listen to the words I'm saying and stop criticizing and throwing up fucking non sequiturs, right? Like you saying like, oh, that's what I'm telling you. I'm not talking about that. Because you telling me is not forgetful. Forgetfulness is you not putting them on and not telling anyone or forgetting to tell anyone that you took them off all the dogs. That is the forgetfulness part. Why would I say you're forgetful for telling me? That makes no sense. Please attempt to at least speak in good faith.
I forgot, that's why.
I know that, and I've cited that. I'm saying that you need to start, like, these discussions, you need to be having them in good faith. You sitting there saying, that's why I told you, is like, literally, you and I both know that's not why. You're just saying that's why, and then interjecting a random other reason.
I'm trying to communicate with you because I'm concerned about my dog is why I'm calling you.
And my saying that...
So the fact that you say that I'm not concerned, that I need to communicate...
No. Don't isolate words in a sentence to prove your point. I said... you should be concerned about the forgetfulness causing a risk factor. That's what I said. Not that you're not concerned about your dog's well-being. I'm just saying that the risk that you're afraid of, okay? Like you're not making a logical like decision, and your fears aren't placed in the right place. Like the bigger risk is what I'm addressing, and you should address those before you address the smaller risk. And when I say the bigger risk to be addressed, it's the fact that they might bolt out still. It's the fact that they might not have them on and you might forget, and then you didn't tell anyone, so they can't help you remember. That's what I'm talking about. That's a bigger fucking risk factor, okay? Than even me sitting in the yard smoking a cigar. Certainly more of a risk factor than me joking and answering your question by saying I didn't have my cigar today.
Okay.
Those are non-risk factors. They barely even register.
You're not supposed to keep bringing up the past. I said nothing about your cigars today. I
didn't have a cigar today.
I know. There's no reason to bring it up. All I said was, hey, tell me when you're coming home. That's all.
For me, it's the fact that, like, you can't... Look, unless you're just externalizing that I don't fucking matter and you matter only. Unless you're externalizing that, what I'm trying to tell you is this, okay? You started a huge fight You fucking took a shit all over, any kind of image restoration that was happening. All because I made a joke that was really just a pithy answer to a question that you asked. And you're trying to justify that joke by saying that it's because I put your dogs at risk, which is an insane stretch. But I'm just saying that for someone who cares that much that they're willing to ruin my reputation yet again, I'd hope that you actually cared enough to just not do things that are idiosyncratic risks that have no upside. Because that's what's happening.
Me being upset at something you said wasn't me trying to ruin your reputation. It was just a reaction.
But it happened, is my point. I'm saying it happened. I'm saying it happened, and you justified it by saying you did it because it was your dogs.
I'm not justifying anything.
I'm saying you did justify it initially.
I was never justifying anything. It was always me just trying to get you to see that that's a callous thing, and that it's going to be annoyed at that when I already asked you to not bring it the first time I asked you to come do chores. You're right in that. You're maybe right in that it was a callous answer, maybe, right? But like, your response was way overblown, like by like a factor of 10. My response was, fine, just go smoke your cigar in your lounge, and I'll just do this myself. Sorry, I bothered you. And you got all pissy and started to fight. It was like, well,
you do the same thing. Do you really want to litigate all? Do you really want to litigate all of it? You literally do the same thing.
That's not me overreacting. That is not.
No, it is. It is. It is.
Okay,
It is.
10th degree.
Oh, I didn't take it to the 10th degree. You did. It should have just ended at like, that statement is annoying me. Done. Not actually the whole litigation route that you went of describing why it's actually deadly to your dog by percentage chance. That's weird.
I didn't talk about percentages. You went and looked it up because you wouldn't believe me.
Well, because I said, listen, like, that is such an out there fucking thing, right? Like, that's such an out there thing. All right. And also, I have, I thought about that situation, and it's actually just dumb, right? Like, what you would want to do as a responsible pet owner would be to maybe teach them not to fucking do that if it ever became an issue. Because otherwise, you run the risk of anytime you take them out and there's a fucking cigarette butt or stogie, they're just gonna fucking eat it.
Okay, I'm not going to show the dog that it's just been a cigar and a stick and risk the chance that it takes it out of my hand before.
Take them to a dog park. What if someone discarded a fucking cigarette butt? Or a cigarette, or like a package of cigarettes. Who the fuck knows, right? Also, secondly, the people we hire for dog stuff, at least the curtain one and then the previous cleaners and people like that, they smoke cigarettes, and they do leave those cigarettes on the table, and those were in active reach of the dog, whole packs. And you never said shit. And so I just find it very disingenuous. I guarantee you a whole pack has more than one cigar.
They don't look like sticks. I've seen the dogs.
Is it not a risk? You said it was a risk factor. Oh, so it's a 0% risk. If it's a percent risk, then you should have fucking taken action.
I'm speaking from my own experience of what I've observed.
Fine. Tell me. I assure you that styrofoam does not dissolve in water. Just as a scientific
Maybe
property.
different types don't. Sure.
The point is this, though. Either way, why would you take the risk of them consuming it and not doing anything?
I'm not taking the risk. I try to not let them out whenever there's trash in the front yard.
I'm telling you right now, just that, like, if you're going to look at observable, addressable risk, there's way more pressing things than the thing you started the fight over back in April, whatever.
You don't need to start any fights. Why are you doing it now? Like,
Okay, I hate the whole taking one word I say and twisting it around. I didn't say...
No. You literally made this a whole episode, a whole 45-minute rant. When you could have just said, yeah, I'll let you know when I'm home. Put the collar on, just in case. Like,
Because no. Because I was confused. Because part of me was like, wait, is it not color not working? Are they not list like it's on, but it what? Like, I don't know what. I didn't realize it was as simple as you took it off. I was thinking like, wait, what's going on here? Like, we have this thing, we paid money for it.
And he's freaked out. So it's like
No, you're saying when I initially contacted you. You said when I initially contacted you, it was for that reason. Because I was fucking confused.
Are you close to home?
Pretty close, yeah.
How close? Give me an ETA. Let you know if I need to go move him now. If he is in the front, I don't know because I'm inside listening to your crazy ass on the phone right now.
No,
so let me know.
You can move him. You can move him now. Yeah.
Okay.
They 20 singular dogs running out the front gate, and we were doing nothing about it, right? But the one thing that has never happened is somehow a big enough risk to fucking tell everyone that I'm such a fucking terrible guy. That makes no fucking sense to me, right? But in addition, we talked about it earlier, and she refuses to say it on stream ever, obviously, but like, she knows that I have never coerced her into any contract. She admitted that earlier. She just will never say it on fucking stream because of the optics. It has never fucking happened. Ever. Like, what she is saying is that generally I have felt pressure before. And I think the pressure would go away if I signed this Right, Ryder's in the backyard as well?
Yes, I'm looking at him.
Does he have I'm the bad guy? You just told secured.
I'm not looking at him. He'll only do it when I'm not watching because he's trying to come and find me. I'm looking at him. It's fine. You can open the gate, and then I'm going to put them in their crate because I have to feed them anyway.
Then I'm going to tell you something. If I'm holding a cigar and smoking it, it's fine because he ain't going to take it from me. They have never done that. I would prevent them. I'm just saying, man, like, just as a broad principle in life, you need to start looking at where the actual downside and upsides are instead of this, oh, this is such a vivid image in my mind, it must be the biggest thing.
Okay, you can stop ranting. I have things to do.
Really? Doesn't look like it with your sleeping schedule lately, but sure. Fucking insane, dude. Oh, fucking insane. It's not about making her logical. Real fast. It just fucking blows my mind that, like, whatever. Anyways, wait, am I not on again? Is it down again? Dude, you have no idea how right you are. Oh boy. What a piece of shit. Okay. It is connected to home Wi-Fi. Can y'all hear me? It's connected to home Wi-Fi. It's probably just like it's probably it routing to server so that it can go to both Twitch and Kick that keeps fucking up. What I was saying is, like, someone earlier, Yashuin or whatever the hell his name is, said that, like, I'm upset because I get blamed in some way. Yeah, absolutely. Either directly or tacitly, she's blamed the security for it, which is, like, the craziest thing to me because, like, when I zoom out, I'm like, we hired security to make us secure, not to prevent dogs from escaping the yard. What the fuck is that? You know, like what the fuck is that? Like, that is not the fucking purpose of them being here. Why the fuck is it their fault whatsoever? Like, if anything, their willingness to lean in and to go and fucking search for them, like chickens with their fucking heads cut off, running around the fucking neighborhood searching, you know, that is them doing us a fucking solid. Like, it's everyone else's fault. She externalizes all the downsides, right? And that's the worst part, because if you really look at, like, the panoply of risk in a situation, right? Most of it is preventable. Most of it is something that through practices that you adopt, you can iron them out, right? But if you always look at it as someone else's fault, someone else's responsibility, well, then of course you're never going to iron them out because you've already externalized all of it, right? Like, she's laughing because she knows she's wrong and she's trying to make it seem like she ain't pressed and that I'm the one who's upset. But I have obvious reason to be upset, right? Like, it's because, like, it's something she did to me under the guise of it being for her dogs. And it wasn't for her dogs. It was just an excuse to make me look bad that she took, right? Like, you know, and not talk to the person. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a level of decorum and civility that comes from, okay, let's see where this goes, because worst case is I just walk, right? Versus, like, being in a you know, marriage with someone, and, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, if my best friend bought 40 animals, I don't fucking care, right? Because if his life goes to shit and he starts lashing out at me, I can just stop talking to him, right? But if your partner decides to get 40 animals and you know their personality is such that they will never rehome those animals because there's too attached to them once they have them, then you really got to look at, like, whether that is a sustainable lifestyle or a pace of life that you want to live with those 40 animals. Like, you actually have to incorporate it into your own Is it back or no? Yeah, it's probably just a dead spot. Yeah, I might go to the PC in a second. And get some water first. Yeah, I think we just need to find a different solution than IRL Toolkit. It's too much on the fritz. Connecting to it's kind of a pain in the ass, too. And it did some weird fucking shit when I went to overseas, too. Anyways, just let me know whenever it F's so I don't waste my breath, I guess. Did you, because this is the luggage that we were expecting, at least some of it. Did you already move some of it in, or is this just all of it?
No, I haven't moved it in. I don't know if the shipment's split up or if maybe...
Well, it is minimally split up at least, because the silver suitcase is going to be later, but the rest of it should have been together.
I don't know. I haven't moved anything except like right now.
So this is it then?
I guess if there's not in front of the gate, I haven't looked.
I didn't see anything outside.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's not that surprising, though. I mean, it's the degree of bias that I find to be surprising. The fact that they're biased is not... Oh, my God. More fucking delivery notices that, of course, nothing's done about. Because the PA doesn't come in person. And... whatever. Whatever. Says she doesn't put up a fucking front. Can't say certain things on stream. That's not a front. I don't know what the fuck is. The fuck is this? Intelligent massager? Sounds like a fancy way to say dildo. What's up? Is it back now or what? So just for the record, it's not the internet. It's the server that I use. The server company that I use, I guess, is undergoing a lot of heavy traffic due to some kind of, fucking collateral damage from Aiden Ross and Kai Cenat bullshit. I don't know. I haven't really followed it, but that's just what I understand it. And I guess tomorrow or something like that, we'll search for a different solution. It hadn't been an issue before. This is the first time it's been an issue, but man, is it a fucking crazy issue. It might be Kick, but I think it's more likely IRL Toolkit. Yeah. That's been what I've been reading. So what's with you fucking laughing when I'm fucking talking to you?
Me trying to not cry. It's my cope again, like I told you before.
It's hard to see that because when you did that previously was also when the fights were happening.
Oh, that's because I'm trying not to cry the most.
Yeah, but it just makes you look maniacal.
Okay, sorry it made me look maniacal. Just how I do the opposite of looking sad.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
What?
If you actually care that much about optics, like, why don't you just fucking actually tell them that, like, the fucking no coercion thing. Yeah, that's what I thought, fucking scaredy cat. What, you gonna play games again?
No, I told you we were gonna do this. We just had a conversation about this.
Yeah, but that was before you fucking started going
I didn't do anything. You started it today. Stop.
I started it today?
Yes, I just said, let me know when you're gonna be home.
Why? How is it that you can sit there and tell me that you aren't a different person on stream when there's information that you would rather they know not the true version of?
The silent treatment now. Goodbye.
Hello? If you want to do that, two can fucking play at that game. Like, if you want to fucking not resolve things and give people the wrong idea, I can also fucking do that. Like, one of two things is not true.
We resolved it already off stream. You don't have to bring it
Oh
up
yeah,
again.
I'm asking for so hear me out here. It's very simple. It's like you either are a different person on some facets of your life on stream, or you're not. And if you're unwilling to tell them the truth about something, then you're not being the same person. Of course they're influencing the way you act. If you're scared of telling them, you're still being influenced. Huh? Well, which one is it? Huh? Which one is it? If you want to do the silent treatment, I can just start fucking telling them what was said. Which one is it? Do you act as a different person on stream? Do you want me to just start spilling it to them upstairs or what? Huh? Which way do you want to go with this? What are you doing? Oh, it's, sorry, I got your... I'm asking you if there's still... No,
Literally, we talked about packages.
I was... Okay, I don't know if you noticed, but I was bringing stuff in, and then you were out there for a while. I assume you brought stuff in, too. Like,
I didn't see you bring anything in. I saw me opening up boxes.
Well, it's on stream. It's on stream, so I don't have to fucking...
I didn't see it, though. I was in the mailbox.
But like, what I'm saying is, did you close it? Is there anything else still out?
There's lots of things still out there, yeah.
No, stop. I know there's things in the box. I'm asking loosely out in the front yard, is there still stuff?
Yeah, there's the EMS box.
Okay, so that's where I'm surprised that you didn't bring any of it in when I was bringing some of it in.
I'm busy trying to feed dogs.
You weren't at the time. You were looking for something.
I'm looking for the dog food to feed the dogs.
Do you not have a fucking...
I don't have her today. She's not coming.
I didn't hear that one either. Thanks.
Okay, well, all right. Gonna make people bring up more toxicity. Can you stop doing that?
It's too late for that.
Oh my god. It didn't have to be if you would shut your fucking mouth sometimes and stop trying to fight with me all the time.
Well, you know, the actual way it wouldn't have to be that way is if you didn't misrepresent it in the first place.
Oh, I shouldn't have just called you at all, I guess.
No, I mean, like, literally that day you shouldn't have misrepresented it that way. On your stream.
It was what I felt. Can you please leave me alone?
It's not what you felt, it's what you wanted to say.
Oh my god, shut up!
No.
Leave me alone!
Keep yelling at me. Keep yelling at me while I use room temperature voice, why don't
That's
you?
what you were doing on the phone, so now you get to taste your own medicine.
I'm not doing that on the phone. I was on speakerphone. I have my AC cranked all the way up.
Why are you doing it on the phone then?
I had my AC cranked all the way up. I was talking over my own fucking the wind, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You're yelling at me. We all heard you. Shut up.
Well, it depends on how long. If you have your fucking volume on speakerphone, it might sound like that.
I told you it was on speaker. You said I
My phone is like clipped to my fucking dash, which is like 3 feet from me.
I can't control what you do. I'm gonna be peaceful. You wanna be
Well, no. Stop right there. That's like me saying that I'm gonna go tell heinous lies about you on stream, and that I can't control what you do after. That's crazy. No, you've told a lie about me on stream.
I have not said anything. You can go do whatever you want, Nick. Stop stop. Leave me alone.
So earlier our discussion was null then, because you don't believe what we were talking about.
No, I told you my own feelings about it.
No, you're feeling, okay, so let's be honest here, right? I made this example. If a man comes up to you as a woman or as a man, right? You cannot say...
You don't want me to address anything that's only going to be worse for you.
It won't be.
It is literally going to be worse for you.
It won't be unless you choose to frame it that way.
No, even if I frame it the way that we talked about, we agreed on, it'd be worse for you.
I don't think it would be.
Leave it alone.
I don't think it would be.
You're just going to fill in all your new followers on how much of a piece of shit you're being. So
I don't think it will be. I don't think that will be the issue.
Alright, fine, I'll correct it then so you leave me alone.
Well, no, you're gonna correct it in a certain way. Why don't you? No. I'm ready. No, hold on. I'm confused.
Okay.
No, I'm confused about something.
Alright.
I'm confused about something. We talked about it earlier. I think we hit a point where it made sense to both of us. I'm curious at how that could possibly be negative. But you know what? Why don't you mute it and tell me the version you're going to say? Because I bet it's crazy.
Oh, now you want me to mute.
I'll do mine too.
Now you want to mute.
Well, yeah, because I don't know what crazy thing you're about to say.
No, it's okay. You can go.
No, it'd be like this, okay? It'd be like if it's... No, it'd be like if you want to keep it all unmuted.
Please back up.
I don't fucking have to do anything I don't want to.
Please back up. I am trying to...
No, fuck you. I'm standing here.
I need to move past you. I don't want to push past you and have you claim that I'm hitting you. So please back up so I can leave to go feed these dogs.
I just want to hear how it could be misconstrued, because earlier we had a pretty constructive conversation, and when you keep saying it that way, it's like me saying, oh man, you don't want me to talk about this thing.
You already told me in the bathroom that you would not make me correct anything on stream. And then here you are wanting it now. So we were already doing the thing you said we wouldn't do. So stop it.
Again, to them it's still the present.
It's not.
If they believe it to be true, if they believe what then was said to be true, then it's still present reality.
Who cares, Nick? Literally nobody cares.
If I cared, it should be enough to make you want to do
You're
it.
gonna make it look worse.
Okay, I'm gonna mute yours, I'm gonna mute mine.
But it's true.
Alright. Close the door?
I said, I need to go out the door. I'm gonna go IRL stream somewhere else, get away from you. I'll feed the buddies later. It's not worth it right now.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Hold on. Like, you're saying, hold on! Are you saying IRL, like, around here? Because otherwise it's stupid to fucking say that.
Well, I'm gonna be live, so I don't know.
Bro.
I don't know. I'm gonna call.
What?
I'll be fine.
Mute it real fast.
No.
If either of us say it needs to be muted, it should be muted.
I don't want to do that because you already broke what you told me.
Well, then we'll continue fucking escalating it then.
Well, that's all you want to do is escalate things.
No, I'd actually prefer if we just corrected the record like we're supposed to. You're gonna have to ask people to move. Holy shit, dude. You're fucking...
I just want to go out.
Yeah. Can you mute it real fast?
No, I'm leaving.
No, mute it real fast.
I don't want
mute
to.
it real fast.
I do not want to.
That's great. Just mute it real fast. We can talk about it. Just mute it.
discussion when I was supposed
Oh,
to do that.
I didn't realize we're unmuting it. Is that
Can
what we're
you
doing?
please let me leave?
Are we unmuting it?
Can you please let me leave?
I would prefer that you not.
I would like to leave. I have the right to leave.
Mute it real fast.
No.
So you're gonna do that thing where you. We said that even if one person.
You said a lot of shit that you don't care about.
Just mute it real fast. Just mute it real fast. Here. Told me I know, but we also said we're not going to do the thing
You
where
told me we weren't going to do this whole thing tonight.
exactly.
Ever. You said we weren't ever going to do it.
Just mute it.
And you did it.
Just mute
the
it.
same night. We said we weren't going to.
Just mute it. I'm telling you right now, it'll be better for both of us if you just mute it right now.
Oh, I know what's not better for both of us is this, and I need to leave. I need to go somewhere and cool off before we get emotionally.
Well, so mute it real
Riled
fast so I can say
36
something. Then you can go
hours.
cool off.
How long?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. All right, I'm unmuting in 2 minutes.
previously.
Previously in our marriage and career.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
That's what he wants me to clear up.
I mean, both of us.
That's the distinct difference.
Both
He
of us.
thinks that that's fine for his reputation. That's very redeeming.
Yeah, because both of us. Because both of us have said things that we should have said over the years.
That's so much better.
It is so much better. Are you kidding me? Now you're just instigating. How's that not so much better?
I know. I'm saying it is better. It's so much better. So now there you go. You have it.
You're being very sarcastic.
I'm gonna go. I said what you wanted, and now I'm gonna leave.
Just to clarify for them, same statement, right? I've never coerced you into doing any kind of legal document, and that's not just
just a lot of emotional pressure.
I said I'm clarifying. You're just trying to talk.
Not legal coercion.
I said I'm going to clarify.
Never forced.
Can you not like hijack this? I'm trying to clarify.
I am clear. I'm clarifying.
No. Well, right, but you're not the one who thinks it needs clarification. I do. So obviously I should be able to express that. What I'm saying is, never have I ever legally coerced you into, let me finish the sentence, into signing any kind of contract, be it the post-nup or any of our sponsored contracts. That's A. B is also that even by a colloquial definition of coerce, it never happened. A general sense of pressure and the other person saying something we don't want them to say is something that has been in our relationship on both ends. You could argue it's more on me than on you, sure, but it's been there from both ends. But every time it comes down to a contract or something, it's always your choice. I don't even.
That's right. It's my choice. It was my choice.
And with the post-nup,
not because he was forcing me to physically.
And with the post-nup, can I finish?
Physically,
sure, that's great.
Because I did it because I felt pressured and emotionally manipulated. But not the same as coercion.
But not for no. The clarifying. You see, you're trying so hard. You're trying so hard to lawyer this. You're trying so hard to lawyer this. No. The point is this: I did not coerce you or give pressure around signing the contract because, and this is super evident, there's a paper trail of the fact that halfway through the process, I wanted to give up on it, but you didn't want to give up on it.
Because you told me that.
No, not because. Is that true?
Yes, the reason.
Okay, no. So if I don't want to do it,
you only said you didn't want to do it when you wanted to divorce me, and you didn't want to wait for the post-nup to go through because you wanted to be not amicable, so you could make me miserable and take all my animals.
First of all, that is your understanding. That is not what I.
All right.
That's not what I said. That's like your understanding of what would happen.
Tell me what you said then.
In terms of the post-nup thing or what?
Around the
So my whole thrust of it was, holy shit, we have to get yet another group of lawyers involved because it's going to require, amending the will, right? The estate planning stuff. And I don't know if I want to spend double the money, like double lawyers on this, is what I said. It was a cost basis thing. It wasn't a we're getting divorced and I want to fuck with you thing.
It was though when you said you didn't want to do it anymore because you said no.
No, I said I didn't want to do it because of the cost.
And you said no.
I didn't. Well, no, stop. That's not the same thing. But no, you're purposely citing another scenario where we were fighting. I'm saying that when I expressed logically to you that I didn't want to spend, at the time we were down like 20, 30K. Ended up being $70,000, which is way over the top because they wanted, for legal purposes, dotting I's, crossing T's, to also reflect that in the will. And I was like, this is too much for me. Like I think this is dumb, blah, 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 blah. That was 100% based on the cost that it would be. It was not in any way to fuck with you. It was literally, I don't want to spend that much money on this thing.
This because he wanted me to correct it on the air. I kept telling him, let's leave it
No, first of all.
He wants this, though.
Well, yeah, but because it corrects the record of I've never coerced you into signing a contract, either by a legal definition, certainly not, and also not by a colloquial definition. You just generally, because we've argued before, and we've yelled at each other and blah, 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 you feel a general sense of pressure and you think some of the items that we argue about wouldn't be argued about if you had it. But that's not me making you get it under the guise of any kind of coercion, pressure, threat, or anything. And that is absolutely, if you go back and watch that stream, the impression that you gave everyone when you said, word for word.
I'm pretty sure I clarified what I meant on stream too. I'm pretty sure I explained.
Yeah, you said, no, you're right. You clarified from plural to singular, but I'm saying it's zero. You went from, you're right, you didn't coerce me into multiple contracts, plural. It was just a contract, and that's not true. You stated that like word for word. That is not true. It's just you felt a general sense of pressure. I never pressured you around the signing of any agreement.
You're right. I felt pressured because of what you said, but you didn't hold
in the
it.
past.
Right, you didn't do it at the signing. You're right.
Or at any stage in the negotiating of any of the...
I wasn't involved in the negotiations at all.
No, stop. No. My point is, neither during the drafting, nor during the discussion, nor during the signing was there any coercion on any of the things. First of all, the coercion part doesn't even make sense on the fucking... Like, when you said plural, that makes no fucking sense. For the last almost 2 years, I haven't even been the person who brings you contracts.
Slam the door in the door. He won't let me. He will not leave.
See, you're choosing to address a chat thing instead of just fucking answering what I just said.
This whole thing is addressing chat.
No. I'm saying...
The whole purpose of I'm not addressing you when I correct anything.
Oh, so this whole
thing... The whole thing is to address chat.
To address chat, not to address literally a question they're saying out of the blue when I'm asking you something as well. The whole point is you do act different on stream. The fact that you had to say that in that way for whatever reason you said it.
I said that to you privately too. This is exactly what we talked about on the phone, and why I said it's not going to make you look better.
We talked about. So you are of the agreement that you did accuse me of a crime, but you are saying now that that is untrue.
I felt coerced.
No.
That is the wrong term, apparently.
No. Okay, stop. Yes, because ready? Every time you want to say pressure, you say coerce to make it worse. Okay, coercion.
You just told me you're okay with me saying pressure.
I know. No, you didn't hear what I just said. Then I said every time you mean to say pressure, you instead said coerce. I mean, previously, that's what you did.
Sure.
That's what I've been saying.
Okay.
So please listen to what I'm saying before you jump to conclusions. And I'm saying is that coercion, the word, either legally or on a casual level, means that someone is making you do something because of what they are saying they are going to do to you if you don't. And that is not the same, even on a casual understanding of what pressure is. That's not the same.
Can you let me go now and go to your buddies?
I get a general sense of pressure when you ask me about another horse or whatever. But that's not you coercing me into another horse. That's just me feeling pressure because of the ask. You see, that's not the same.
But when your husband says...
No. You see, what you're doing here, you're obfuscating. Why can't you just agree? Why can't you agree with what I just said? Because it's true. It is not coercion. I'm asking you a question.
You're right.
Right? And so when you say very black and white to your entire chat...
He's leaning against the door.
You're saying to your entire chat, right, that night, and to the lawyers, that I coerced you into signing a contract. That is not true. I didn't coerce you ever into signing anything, certainly not a contract. It has never happened. It's generally you feel a sense of pressure, and you think the pressure would be resolved if you did something because of the assurances that contract would give you. It is purely, you see, you can't say if you're gaining something in a contract that is you being coerced to get this upside. Upside is its own reason for signing. In a contract, that's why they say there's consideration in a contract. Both sides need to be getting some upside.
It's not getting an upside, it's getting the fear removed that my husband is going to decide when he's mad. Let's get a non-amicable divorce and I'm going to take all the animals to make you That is
an upside.
Pressure.
That
shouldn't even happen.
No, stop.
That shouldn't even be a thing.
Whether it should or shouldn't happen.
Want the animal.
No, when you say, okay, ready? That's like me saying, oh, I was coerced into buying insurance because if I don't buy insurance, I could go bankrupt if the bad thing happens. And so I had to. No, stop. You're still getting something. You're getting downside protection. That is an upside. The insurance company is actually giving you something. You're not being coerced to pay money for nothing. You're getting something. In a post-nump, you absolutely get something. You get assurance that these assets that you delineate are yours. That is absolutely something on the upside. It doesn't matter.
I already have the animals. I'm not getting them in a post. Like, they're already mine.
You're wrong. Okay, now you're being just legally unfactual. In Texas, if we buy a dog when we're married, it is legally half of our dog each.
But we have,
no, stop. I know. See, but no. What I'm saying is stop. What I'm saying is that what you got then was a legal assurance that it is your dog instead of jointly owned, and that is upside.
That's if both people were equally as involved.
Nope. No. That's a lie. In Texas, even if both people are not equally involved, it's still half of each person's dog. Let's clarify that. That is true. That's just legally true. Same thing with any other asset, any other animal, any other horse.
I find it hard to believe that a court would decide that.
Are you serious? That's not how that works. That's really not how it works. That'd be like me saying, well, you've never driven any of my supercars, and so is all of what I just said true?
Yep.
And so in the future, especially for streaming, that maybe go and just Google the word before you say it if you're about to fucking make a very strong claim that I committed a crime. Because coercion is illegal.
Okay.
Generally, putting pressure on someone or feeling pressure is not illegal.
Okay, can I leave now?
No, but is that an understanding that you can go with?
Yeah, you didn't. It's not illegal.
No. Stop. No. Okay, fine. Like I have to restate it now because what I'm saying. Illegal. No, what I'm saying is that to not accuse someone of something they didn't do. Can you just go a little out of your way to, like, if you're gonna make a statement like that, you fucking Google it first?
Sure.
Can you see how that's detrimental to me?
Oh yeah.
No, I'm serious. Like,
I can. I get it. I'm sorry I didn't Google.
Right, but can you see how, like, you saying something that obviously, especially with 2022 in the rearview mirror, you realize that, like, when you say something like that, it means something different because of 2022, but also that entire statement is just factually incorrect. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Well, why was that important?
I just wanted to see your face without looking. I'm sorry.
What?
Nothing. I just don't like eye contact because it makes me cry.
So why'd you need to see my face then?
To see your expression. Nothing.
Why?
I was just curious.
Okay, what'd you see?
Nothing. It didn't look that great.
So you want to try to make me look crazy?
No. I just wanted to read your face.
My point is this. You shouldn't be accusing me of things that are... Certainly, you shouldn't just be accusing me of things I didn't do in general. But if the thing is a fucking crime, you really should be extra sure that you're not using just the wrong word. in your sense, you want to say you feel pressure. You can't say I coerced you. All right, can you guys see me, or are we still fucky? You know, hear and see. Ugh. I really, I mean, like, look, obviously, y'all can say whatever the fuck y'all want, right? Like, ultimately, y'all can say whatever you want, but like, I think it would be nice if I could request that y'all don't say stuff that is just like not true, right? Like when someone says like legally blah blah blah, like, okay, do you actually know that legally? Because I think you just are talking out of your ass, right? Like legally, nothing governs whether I don't want the car moving at that point in the evening. Like literally, there's no fucking legal. That's all just optional. Especially since I have to tell security people to move where they're staging at, right? That's weird. Why am I seeing different things on this thing? Oh, because it's Twitch? Oh, shit. So I need to be looking at my combined thing if I want to see both chats. Okay, cool. That's better. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's better. What's this dick? What? Wait, I'm confused. What am I looking at? This is just Twitch chat. Or are all the chats just kind of there? Okay, that's fine. So it's both Twitch and, okay, good. It's both Twitch and Kick on my screen then. So we're good. No, I mean, like, I feel like anyone in their right mind would be pressed if, especially if their wife accused them of doing something that was A, illegal, right? But B, never happened. Like, I mean, I don't know if we still have a clip of that fight, but like essentially she told me I coerced her into signing contracts. I didn't even coerce her into signing a contract or any agreement. Ever. No, it could have lasted 5 minutes if she was willing to fucking say that, but that's the whole point. Y'all missed the part y'all missed was for the last however many months, 4 months or so, she has refused to correct that. She'll say it in private, she won't say it in public. And I just think that's incredibly fake. Right? Now I understand the value of privacy on certain aspects, but I'm not asking for her to reveal something that was private. I'm asking her to correct something that she made public, but it wasn't true. Does that make sense? She's ironically, like, there's this perception that she's had plastic surgery, like facially or whatever, and it's just not true. The only thing she's ever done is like had a boob job. That's it, and that happened in like fucking, I don't even remember, 2015, 16, 10 years ago. She's never had any other plastic surgery procedure, and if you know anything about plastic surgery, you'll know that is evidently true, because she streamed basically every day. And, you know, like a plastic surgery procedure, depending on what it is, can take a month or more to recover from, to where you won't see bruising, stitches, scars, bandages, right? I know you guys live in the magical land of science fiction, where you watch a movie and then someone just does, like, you know, it's like Face Off, the movie, right? Or what is it? Oh, what's the other movie? Fucking James Bond, you know, what is it? Die Another Day, right? Where you can just swap faces with plastic surgery seamlessly, and then you can't tell that the villain looks like someone else now. That's not how it works. Plastic surgery is not nearly that good in the real world. Like, you cannot actually do that. You would see scarring all across the fucking face, you know? Like, that's just unrealistic. No, I'm just saying that someone earlier said that she's had so much plastic surgery is why she's acting crazy. I'm like, that's not even true. Yeah, I think Face Off is cool. The movie, that is. No, you as chat will never know, but I'm just telling you that, like, in private, she has long since corrected that. Right? Because it is a pretty jarring thing. Like, look, if I wanted to be crazy, right, I could say that she raped me. Why? Because one time when she was trying to reconcile, she kept making intimate moves towards me, but I didn't want to do that at that time. Right? But it's like, I wouldn't say it that way because it takes a whole nother connotation. You know what I'm saying? Like that was way closer of a situation than the coercion threat. Like truly, right? Like me not wanting to have sex and then her, physically, starting that anyways. That is way closer to an accusation like what I've not levied versus like her saying I coerced her when what she's actually saying is, in the past, because we fought and shit like that, she's felt a general sense of pressure and that she feels like if we do have an agreement in place, it will resolve that pressure. I didn't tell her if you do this, it'll resolve the pressure. Even that's not coercion, but I didn't even do that. I never even attached those two understandings. It was all in her head that she felt that way. And then she didn't tell me that she was only doing allegedly this thing to resolve it. And it's not even true, right? Like I said, halfway through the thing, I was like, I don't know if I want to do this. It seems kind of expensive. And then she asked that we continue to do it. And I'm telling you, like, I've never seen anyone coerce someone to do something and then they just like willy-nilly are like, actually, I don't want to do it. And the other person says they do want to do it because they're still being coerced. It's like, come on. It's such fucking bullshit. Nah, we didn't change me. The fuck? How the fuck did weed change me? Like, I feel like we've had this discussion hashed out on streams before, literally. I'm gonna grab water. I'm tired of the fakeness that permeates what she says when it comes to conflict resolution, right? Ultimately, what I mean by that is this, right? She has said for the longest time, I'm not even shitting you guys. She has said for the longest time that the reason why she doesn't correct the record is because she thinks it'll make chat more toxic. That's her reason. It's for my benefit to not correct it, is what she's been saying. Like, I just wish she would step back and realize, A, how stupid do you have to be to believe that I would believe that? And B, how stupid do you have to be to even think that that's a plausible explanation for your actions? Like, either she's retarded for believing that, or she's retarded for thinking that I'm gonna buy it. Because, like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, if I go and accuse her of raping me, and then I go, well, I don't really want to correct the record because it'll just be toxic. It's like, dude, no. Like, you need to correct the record because you said it publicly, and it's not true. And so you should probably, discount it publicly so that people don't get the wrong idea, right? And will there be negative comments that come out? Potentially, but it's because you said the thing in the first place, not because you're correcting it, right? It's just like, it's so disingenuous. I'm getting someone to clip something real fast. Oh, fuck. Of course it's a safe space. The Sims have no power here. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm giving an example. I don't consider it that. I think saying the R word is like a whole nother ball game of meaning. both legally and even just in a colloquial statement to the public, like if you're addressing your stream. That's my point, right? Like, but hers is even more extreme. The example I kept trying to say, which I think you guys will agree with, is this, right? Ready? It's, imagine if there was an ex-convict, ex-felon, you know, and you're jogging, right? Whether you're a woman or a guy, and this guy jogs up next to you, keeps pace for a little bit, then jogs away. He doesn't even say anything to you, let's just say, right? Now, you know he's an ex-convict, and he's a way bigger guy physically than you are, right? Whether you're a girl or guy, he's way bigger. What you can say when you're describing that situation is, I felt threatened. But what you can't say, because it's not open to interpretation, is he threatened me. You see the difference? Even though the fear you felt, you could say, is the same, you can't say the active form of him committing it. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Can you guys hear me? One, if you can hear me. I just want to make sure I like the fucking server isn't fucking up again. Thanks. But yeah, like, you can say you felt a certain way. It is not the same as accusing the other person of doing something to you. You get what I'm saying? It's so distinct. I shouldn't have any issues with the PC. Wait, why is that? Isn't it still going through the server to hit both Twitch and Kick? I'm confused. Anyways, now, like, what I was saying was just that, like, earlier, right? Like, or not earlier, but like months ago when she made that comment on stream, it was to bait lawyer fodder, right? And to basically try and make levy an accusation against me, you know, that would rally kind of people, generally speaking, behind her. Right? That was the intent. I understand in an adversarial scenario, you sometimes play dirty. But if we are good and we're not fighting, especially, right? Especially if we're intending on staying married, then letting that sit and linger is bad. Is that super clear to everyone? Maybe I'm confused. Are you saying only the phone stream requires... Oh, I guess I understand. I see. Okay, I get it now. Because OBS is not at all fucking up, even when routing to two different places. Okay. Well, I'm not trying to convince y'all that she's nuts. It's a very specific thing. I just want to clear the air, clear the record, that, like, I did not do that. Right? I mean, is that fair? Like if you didn't do something that someone is accusing you of doing, and then y'all stop fighting, you definitely want, I mean, you probably want them to correct it either way, whether you're fighting or not, obviously. But if you're not fighting with them, then they should correct it of their own volition to correct what they said that wasn't true. You get what I'm saying? Especially if it's as uncouth, whatever, as he coerced me to sign a contract. Oh, I did, Nix Kaleo. This is not something she just said to me today. This is something she said to me before. She just refuses to publicly address it. And that's what I've been saying. The excuse she's given for not publicly addressing it is, like, so comical. It's like, are you trying to think that I'm fucking retarded, or are you fucking retarded, right? She's saying that she doesn't want to correct it because she thinks it'd be needlessly toxic for me. It's like, wait a minute. You think correcting that I coerced you would be toxic for me? The person who is subject to the false accusation? Like, no. If there's any toxicity that comes from it, like people don't believe that it never happened, for instance, that is from the original act of accusing, right? Like, let's be real honest here. Correcting something that you said that wasn't true is not going to be negative for the person who you're correcting it about, right? It can only be positive. And if people don't believe your correction, it's because you made the original accusation and they choose to ascribe to that view instead. But that is something that came about from the original statement, the original accusation that wasn't true. It's not coming from the correction. The correction cannot be taken negatively. It can only be positive because it is correcting the record that this person didn't do this thing to you. How do you even enter? Well, no. The public address of things is so important because it's what the lawyers were farming, which is why she said it in the first place. It's what the lawyers were farming to create a case. You get what I'm saying? It's so funny because like she'll say I manipulated her, but it's like in actuality, like literally everyone else in that situation was manipulating her way more than even the preponderance of like me supposedly applying pressure, right? Like you don't think her lawyers were fucking pressuring her to fucking find video evidence of like coercion? Right? Like, of course, like every hour that they have to review a piece of footage is an hour they get to bill, right? You don't think her simpy chat is like fucking, trying to fucking make her feel a certain way? Like, it's of course. No, I know what the optics are, but it's because you guys don't know who she is actually behind the scenes, right? She does care about her image. She's just not great at upholding it. She's very, very, sensitive to her image. You get what I'm saying? It's easy to go on stream and say, my chat doesn't influence me. But then when you have a set of facts for chat and a set of facts for reality, by definition, they influence. If nothing else, you had to hold two truths in your head. You get what I'm saying? Like it's true. If I have a different version of events for what is factual and actually happened versus what I tell you guys, well, then of course I care what y'all think. Because why the fuck else would I try to juggle two different fucking, two different fucking actualities and have to keep that straight? On the note of, I guess, earlier today, we talked, or not earlier today, but like earlier, I guess this week we talked about it. I kept asking her, like, hey, doesn't it make sense for the PA to make you an appointment so that you can resolve whatever situation is like getting in the way of like potentially egg freezing or embryo freezing? And she finally told me that she doesn't actually care about having kids or doesn't want to have kids or doesn't think that it's possible for her, even without going to a doctor. And I'm just like, well, all right. That's fine. I just wish that you had thought about that before you asked me to go out of my way to do all the stuff I had to do to fucking set that situation up. Because I was on testosterone replacement therapy and I had to get off of that for a number of years so that, or I guess I had to get off of it for 6 months so that the sperm count would return. And then obviously I had to do a few different samples. And so I did all of that. And then it turns out she doesn't even want to take step one on her end. And it's just kind of like, man, dude, I wish you would have just figured that fucking part out before I took all my steps. Just saying. I mean, ultimately, I don't care, right? Because I don't potentially want kids anyways. It's never been something I've wanted, right? Like, it's literally never been something I've wanted. But here's the thing, right? And this is that thing I was alluding to earlier. In our life, that means me and her. I know y'all see me as like, or some of y'all might see me as the guy who like pressures people and makes people do things. That's also, a pretty crazy misconception. I actually just kind of float about, and go with the flow, right? Like, I wasn't going to ever start streaming until I was foisted into the limelight and there's no way I could stay hidden anymore, right? I just look at what the world gives me and I try to make lemonade. And so if she wanted a kid, even if I didn't want a kid, and I'm telling you, if you know me, you'll understand the weight of this statement. If she wanted kids and I didn't want kids, I would give her kids and I would do my best to do everything I was supposed to do as a father. That's how I would approach it. The reason being is because I think if she wanted a kid, it would outweigh me not wanting a kid. Because my desire for not having a kid, a lot of it is rooted in just the stress and inconvenience of it all, right? Like, it's just not my preference, right? But if she wanted kids, right, I see that as, I really do, like, even though I don't want them, I see having kids as part of the human experience, right? It is literally part of you could even expand it and say the biological experience. It's part of being alive, right? It's an element of being alive. Literally so much of nature, you know, or nurture, if you want to go that route, is defined by procreation. You know, literally creating, you know, some carbon copy of yourself that, you know, kind of goes out, you know, hopefully into perpetuity, right? A piece of you that goes on, right? I know that's part of the human experience. But now here's where it's going to sound kind of funny. I feel like, as a thinking, rational person, that you, if you really feel that this way, can opt out of parts of the human experience that you don't like. You get what I'm saying? I think it is part of the human experience. I think it's part of the biological experience of being alive. But I just don't really care for it, right? And I think that's fine to say. It's the same thing of, like, you know, yes, you know, biologically you're supposed to procreate with a woman, but maybe you're gay. And so you don't want to do that whole thing, right? Like that, I think that's fine, right? Why do you think that, Henry Ford, goat of goats? Out of curiosity, I'm not challenging you. I'm just curious, because, like I said, I'm always open to, like, being wrong and hearing the counter argument put out there, right? I'm reading chat real fast. I'm not even arguing with you, but, like, what about it was the best thing, if you don't mind me asking? What she doesn't understand, right, is that, like, and it's not really her fault. I don't know why I have such a good understanding of this thing, but it's like, look, with you guys on stream, right? I'll just tell you a thing. Ready? I'm gonna give you a little bit of a secret, right? Generally, I would say in 99.999% I would say in 99.999% of the situations, nothing y'all say can even bother me. Like, what y'all say generally doesn't bother me, but even if it did, I would never let on that it bothers me, because that would be dumb. You get what I'm saying? And so that's the thing that I try to tell her all the time, is that, like, when you really care about something, right, you actually don't want to let on that it bothers you. Like, if your dogs go missing, do not act distressed on stream. Hell, if you can, don't even let them know it. Don't even let them know the dogs are missing, because that ain't gonna help shit. They're not, your chat ain't gonna actually go out and help you find it. Let's be honest here. That can be accomplished via, you know, going out and looking yourself, or, you know, the next day putting up flyers and things like that and putting up a reward. Your chat ain't gonna actually be able to do anything, right? And so don't let them know, because there can only be downside that comes from that situation. AC7 weed changing me. All right, shit. All right, I guess you know what you're talking about then. You have 6 kids. I had a double take on that reading. I thought you were saying the first one's 25 years old already. I'm like, what the fuck? You're 35. Math. No, I think what he's saying is he had the first one at his age 25. Is what he's saying. He's not saying he was 10 when he had the first one. I just think it's fucking crazy. Like, I don't think it should be a, I don't know. I just don't understand it, honestly. I mean, ultimately, it just comes down to,
Hi, Nick. I want to be part of it.
what?
It's hard to have a mom.
Wait, hold on. Is my Discord doing something? What was that? Feedback? What the hell just happened? Huh. Oh, $5 dono? Why did it cut out like that? On my end, it cracked and cut out. Did y'all hear it? Huh. Ah, fuck. Nick, do you want out of your marriage? Not particularly. I would just like the mistruths that were previously stated in anger corrected. Like, the only thing that would make me doubt that is this, right? Like, why is it so important to not correct the thing that you said that wasn't true? Right? Like, what other upside or value could you be looking for by leaving sleeping dogs where they lie, so to speak, and letting everyone think that the version that you misrepresented is the version that actually happened? What do you mean timing? Well, it has been the long way. This is not like she said it for the first time today and I'm like, oh, you got to tell everyone. It's the fact that, like, it's been known to both of us for a while, but she's refused to correct it. If you don't care what chat says, then why would you care what someone says? Are you serious? There's the whole apparatus of clipping these things that are said on chat, right? In chat. And lawyers will use that. The public will use that. And also, right, your chat will use that repeatedly. One of the things I hate the most is like spam. And so it's annoying to me if I have to correct the notion of something and there's nothing I can just fucking link back to be like, well, actually, look at this. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not so much caring about what chat is saying. It's just making sure that you take some effort to correct or rectify a situation. And then it's up to chat whether they want to ascribe to that reality or not. Yeah, but like ultimately on some level, like I'm asking myself, like, if she is not resolving or wanting to correct that situation, even though it bothers me, right? Then why would she be not wanting to correct it? Right? Because she wants to keep it as lawyer fodder, right? Because she wants chat to, knock me down a peg, right? Hers or mine, right? Ultimately it goes like this. She'll call me kind of trolling, like, while I'm streaming with Action Man, right? And then she'll say these things to her chat that are so fucking untrue and dumb. Ready? It's like the other day she was saying, oh, he would never let me do a collab with another streamer that was this boring. It's like, mother fucking seriously? I had literally at any time during the Action Man streams basically double my normal concurrent viewership, sometimes triple. And I'm talking about the after Japan streams I did. I do like 120 to 150 viewers, right? And before that, if you look at my entire average over the month of July, it's only 94 viewers while I'm live. That means when I was streaming with Action Man, I was hitting 350 to 450, touching 500 at one point, right? And that's ignoring the spike to 700 at one point. That is multiples of what I normally pull. And so the thing that she actually has to ask herself is, if she's doing a collab and it's not particularly interesting, but she's pulling 3x her normal numbers, would I be upset or would I be complaining? Hell no. What the fuck is that? She just doesn't understand the dynamic, which is this. It's that, like, when she did collabs for the longest time, she forgets that she is the more established streamer generally, right? In all but like 2 or 3 instances, every collab she's ever done, she is the more established streamer. So obviously the more established streamer, it's incumbent on you to come up with the activity, because the other person might lightly suggest something, but they don't really have the ability to actually, turn the ship around, right? Especially if they fly down to Texas to collab with her. It's not like they're going to be like, let's go out. And she's like, I don't really feel like it. And then they're going to be like, no, come on, let's do it. Like you can't, right? Like she doesn't understand the dynamics that are at play. Like, if I was XQC, oh, you're right, I could suggest things and they'd be taken more seriously. And then, more mobilization would happen to actually do the thing I suggested. But that's not the reality that I'm in. I'm a tiny nobody streamer with a tiny community, hopefully growing, right? With barely any followers. What the fuck does she expect me to do in that situation? Right? What did she say to her chat? Which part are you meaning? Love for all women, overlook bullshit they be saying. You mean, what did she say to her chat back then, or what do you ask? What period? Check Discord messages, like personal messages, or what? Let's see. Fuck me. Whatever. I'll just have to deal with it tomorrow. I'm supposed to call people today. Ugh. I'm confused. Oh, sure. Accept. Message requests. Accept DM. What's going on? What does this mean? Are you the real Nick? Oh shit. Yeah, I am. That's cool. Yeah. Wait, whoever was saying that they messaged me in chat, is your name the same in Discord as in chat? Oh, she said to her chat, which was very annoying because then they came and spam it. her viewers came and spammed it in my chat. She told them that, look at these guys, they're doing nothing interesting. This is not last night, but the night before, when we were just hanging out, you know, chilling, right? So like, look at these guys, they're not even doing anything. Where's the action? Here, let me suggest some things for them to do, you know, which that part's fine. Suggesting things to do is perfectly fine, right? Welcome even. But then she goes, you know, if this was back in the day when I was, you know, streaming full time, 2022, whatever, right? He would not like that I was doing nothing in a collab. But here's the thing, right? What she is citing is when back in the day, we used to have a lot of staffers and we would plan the collab and then we would ask her, you know, what activities she wanted to do. And she would choose a list of activities and those activities would be planned out. And so there was a lot of, you know, planning and orchestrating and scheduling that went into it, right? And so, yes, if then suddenly you're doing a collab and there's not a good reason to deviate from the plan, then yeah, that would be kind of dumb, right? And obviously that would be annoying because it's like, do I need to just stop planning things or do you just want to wing it from now on, which is fine, right? But like, if we're going to take the time to plan it and we're going to do the work to actually fucking line it all up, make phone calls, schedule things, make appointments, reservations, whatever, right? Well, then, yeah, I mean, you need a pretty good reason to deviate from that, right? And the other person not wanting to do it is a perfectly good reason, right? But like short of that, why are we not doing what we originally intended to do? But when I go up with Action Man, we don't have a plan. It's the first time we're meeting in person, right? It's literally the second time we're talking, the first time we're meeting, if you ignore the texts that are about us meeting. And so when that's the case, what the fuck does she expect me to do, right? Like the day after that, we made plans to take Henry, you know, and him like to buy some nice clothes, right? But like I get up there and I get up, I'm not gonna even like mince it. Like I got a later start in the day than I would have liked. And then I got lost a little bit because of how spotty the connection was going up there. And so I was probably an hour to 2 hours later than I expected, right? And so, you know, he had to finish his steak sponsored segment. And so it was already like 8:30 by the time he finished. You know what I mean? And I'm down to do whatever, even just chill, right? But she wanted us to go do an action-oriented stream, like on 6th Street or something. That's perfectly fine. But, you know, my read of the room was that everyone just wanted to relax and be laid back. I cannot make, nor do I want to make people do something if they're not enthused to do it. You get what I'm saying? That is not something that I, you know, task myself with. I just try to make the most of whatever the given situation is. And then obviously, you know, if nothing happened, quote unquote, which I don't agree nothing happened, but like if nothing happened, then I would try to make changes to the following days. Like, I don't understand what she expects me to do other than to come up with suggestions of what we can do. No, I think Henry's great. I vibed with Henry great. I think we're cool. I like him. He's entertaining. He's nice. You know? He's very conversational. Yeah, no, I do think that's true. You have to understand, okay, when I see Henry on his stream previously, I was like, okay, the guy is like kind of entertaining, but like, you know, it's kind of weird to have like a random, you know, previously homeless guy living with you, right? But I didn't get to see, because I guess you don't really see that. It's implied. I guess if I was more observant as a viewer, I would see it. Like, Henry isn't just like content on demand. The guy is very helpful, right? Like, I mean, y'all kind of saw it. Something's fucked up in the house. Henry's like, sure, I'll fix it, right? And then sometimes when Nate is busy or he has to go do something, you know, that's also important to like, you know, Action Man's org or stream, then it's Henry who he hands the camera to, and Henry's actually catching pretty good camera angles too. Like, Henry's literally like, I know like the joke is like, oh, he's just this like, you know, person they're exploiting because he's homeless, but it's not actually that. Like, Henry takes what he's doing seriously, and you can tell he's really trying. It isn't just like, oh, he's just acting like himself and it's funny, right? There's an element of that, But it's like he will also hold the camera and catch the best angles. He'll also go and like unclog a toilet or whatever, right? Like he'll do things, and that's when you realize, oh shit, like even if it's unspoken, which I'm not even sure if it is unspoken, it is a partnership, right? Henry is like a fully engaged member of not only the Action Man universe, but also like his quote unquote staff. Yeah, no, Henry's great. Like, look, I don't know what decisions he made previously that ended up with him being homeless, but all I can say is whether, that was his fault or not, he is making the most of this, opportunity, we'll call it, that he's being given, right? He's really trying. Like, you can tell, because when he's the cameraman, he ain't just standing there holding the camera. I've hired enough people who work for me who've done camera work to know that there is a world of difference between always checking to see, if you have the best view, right? And then constantly being willing to move around, which, it is tiresome, right? Holding a camera and then your streamer shifts to look the other way. Now you got to fucking go like fucking 180 degrees around him, right? He's doing it every time and no one's asking him to. It's just literally he's trying his best to do exactly what is most needed to be done in that given moment, whether it's entertaining, whether it's fixing something in the house, or whether it's holding the camera or catching the best angle. He's willing to do it without being asked, really. And so that's like your first indication of like, man, that's great. It's like so great when you organically have someone who just gets it, right? And I'm assuming just because of the vibe and the way Henry is that it's organic, but maybe they talked about it. Even so, that's great. Of course I would. I enjoyed hanging out with him. Like it scratches an itch of what you have to understand, okay? Like over the course of time, like I have known, like, in college or whatever, right? I have friends who are a bit on the wild side, right? For like years before I met Kate, I used to hang out with these guys in Houston that literally had a house almost exactly like that. And you could even say this is sad or whatever, but like, honestly, the messiness is on par too, right? I don't even really want to go as far. I don't really want to impugn him, but like, look, when I was in Action Man's house, I will say this. I didn't see any fucking cockroaches or any ants on the countertop. And I willingly went and on weekends stayed at a house with a bunch of like my college buddies because they were co-rooming this big mansion like thing, right? And they actually were working professional jobs, engineers, working, in a business capacity for Microsoft, blah, 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 right? And it was like 3 guys sharing a 4,000 square foot house. And because there are so many bedrooms, I would just go and slum it on the weekends. And the reason I stayed there on the weekends is not because I didn't have a place. It was because it was just easier to coordinate because everyone's like going out and doing nightlife and then you're waking up super late. And so if you're not physically there, it's like everyone's up and they're hungry, they're running to get food, they message you, you're like, oh no, like I gotta drive 30 minutes to get that spot. It's just like annoying to coordinate. And so it's just easier to stay there. But like I willingly stayed at a place and their house, the one that I remember from my past, it was like fucking ants fucking everywhere, cockroaches everywhere. Like it was more degenerate on the cleanliness side, we'll say, right? And I enjoyed that because like when you're young, it's kind of fun, honestly, right? Like you're on your own, like in terms of like not living with your parents or beholden to anyone. And it's just kind of fun to like do exactly what you want to do when you want to do it. Now, obviously, they've taken it and extrapolated it into their 30s, right? But I think that's a product of being a streamer, honestly, right? Like it just lends itself to that kind of behavior, that kind of lifestyle. Maybe she is, but like again, I got to be a little careful about it because the last time she was apologetic, it was apparently a ruse, but it ended up being better than I thought it was genuine. Like I said, she didn't fact check things. The last time we were fighting, she was telling me that her chat says I was talking shit about her in the cigar lounge when I went with my friends. But if you watch that video, the whole stream, even if you wanted to, I didn't talk shit. I literally exactly expressed why we were arguing And I even gave some conciliatory remarks about how her perspective is this, it's not my perspective, but you know, it's still valid. And honestly, like if she even took a glance at the video, she would realize that those are all people who I used to bring to the house to smoke cigars and hang out with once a week. And they all know her and they like her. And so I'm not going to go talk shit to a bunch of people who, you know, painstakingly I've, you know, invited to the house, and they know, you know, even before most of the internet knew, even before the break-in, they knew we were married. They knew she was a streamer and all that, right? Like these are essentially like, you know, a step, I guess a step removed from being mutual friends, but they're definitely friends who I like, and they like Kate, and they know Kate as well, right? And so if she knew even the demographic of the people who were there, she wouldn't think that. But what happened was someone in her chat came in and said, Nick's talking shit. And then she bought it hook, line, and sinker without even taking a glance. And so then she called me while I was at the cigar lounge and was acting super nice, which to me was wild because she was very angry at me when I left. And now she's acting super nice, but I took it, you know, at face value. And I just thought it was her making an effort. And so then I was nice back as well. And then when I got home, it was very weird because then she was acting like she normally acts, you know, because it was just a ruse. She was making a practical joke for her chat by acting nice on stream, you know, and then basically talking some shit or whatever, right? My mods are acting like her mods. What does that even mean? Well, the saddest part is this, right? They're so biased that like there's also just straight up positive things I said about her at the cigar lounge, but they choose not to clip that, right? And if you look at the clips that they do, it's like they're trying to real hard to like clip it out of context, you know? But they're stupid because they don't realize that if they clip it out of context and then she goes and actually reviews, you know, the footage, that it will be clearly out of context, and then that impugns their credibility going forward, right? It took a long time for me to even like help her register that her chat is like fucking a tunnel vision, you know, pit of like very biased things, right? And I know you guys sometimes in my chat, that is, will also say things and you're biased. I get that. But I feel like on balance, you guys are way more neutral, you know? And I think a lot of that is because I try to, as much as I can, foster an environment where you guys don't have to really watch what you say. The only thing I don't want is obviously don't break TOS and then don't spam, right? And then the definition of spam is kind of gray, but it's like if you're saying to me, you're a shithead, you're a shithead, you're a shithead, that's fine, whatever, right? But if you say it 20 times in a row and you copy and paste it and you keep sending that, you know, chunk of message, well, then at some point you're actually drowning out other people getting to express themselves. That's when I have a problem. You can say whatever opinion of me you want, right? Where I draw the line is don't be racist, don't say weird shit about kids, right? And then, you know, don't spam so that other people are squelched in their inability to also participate in chat. That's it. That's the only rules. You're biased to me because I'm stable. I haven't seen what they're deleting. That doesn't look like that much. Throw it up pretty far. I've only seen one message. So. The thing I'm trying hard to do is I'm trying hard, unless I can't see deleted messages. Anyways, what I'm trying hard to do is like I'm trying hard not to like engage like in a petty way that I view as how she engages sometimes, right? Like she keeps trying to convince me that the only way to clear the air would make people think I'm more shitty. And I just don't see that as being true. So is mine. What do you mean? I mean, I don't think we need a fresh start. I think the status quo of things is perfectly fine as long as we go and we fucking correct the misconceptions and, you know, untrue stuff that was said while we were fighting, you know? It's so weird because like she will want so hard to manipulate or or at least have control over my messaging when I'm not even saying something that's not true. She just doesn't like the way I'm saying it. And I will be willing to work with her on saying it in the way that she's comfortable with. But then when it comes to shit like this, it's like, dude, she said something that's just actually not true. And she doesn't want to correct that notion whatsoever. It's like, that's not the same, right? Like, that's not nearly, so Little Red One, I'm happy to say that I'm going to therapy, but she has neglected to go to either, well, because she's not giving. To be fair, our PA is a little bit checked out, we'll say. But previously, I would give my approval on dates for couples and singles therapy, and then she would neglect to give dates to the PA or confirm dates for couples, singles, or PTSD therapy. Basically, she's done none of it by her own volition. I continue to do everything in my volition that I can schedule without her having to be scheduled. So I have gone, she has not, which is silly because she literally, and it's just a fucking front, but like, she'll say, I don't think it works. It's like, really? You don't think that? Because I don't think that, and I still fucking went because you wanted me to go, right? But you're gonna fucking, every time we fight, complain that it's just your sensitivity to PTSD that you're acting, kind of volatile, and then you're gonna take no steps in treating that. And here's the sad part, right? Previously, when we had staff, they found a list of people for her to try. She just looked down the list, read their bios, and said no to all of them. It's like, fine, right? Then I recommended someone who was highly recommended. They're just in the woodlands, so it's like a 40-minute drive, right? But they're willing to do remote calls, right? Like via like a Zoom or something like that. And then she was seemingly down with the guy, I'm assuming after checking out his page or whatever the fuck it is, right? And then she never scheduled it either, or never asked the PA to schedule it, right? And so it's like, you can't keep complaining that these things are issues when you go out of your way to not resolve those issues. No, I think it's helpful too. It's just, see, here's the sad part, right? When she says the things like the coercion thing or whatever, right? It's like, dude, how far am I allowed to go to get her the help that I think she needs? I tell her we're getting brunch and I drop her off at the PTSD place. Like, where's the line? You know what I'm saying? I'm being very safe, and I'm only being this safe because I'm a little jaded by being accused of things. But like, what am I, like, at what point am I pressuring her to get help for PTSD? Because there is a point, I just don't know where the fuck that is, right? I've suggested things, I've made lists of people, I've had staff try to fucking schedule it. At the end of the day, it's that old adage of like, how people say, oh, I don't have enough time for that. It's like, well, if it's actually important to you, you'll make the time, right? It's that adage, right? There's only so much suggestions, lists, referrals that people can give you before it's actually your turn to make time and, go out of your way to actually go. That's the problem, Hot Stuff. She doesn't have, like, I am lucky. And this is the harder piece of it that I don't know how to resolve. I'll be perfectly honest, okay? Everyone who is friends and family with me, and I'm not saying everyone I know thinks this way. It's just everyone who has gone out of their way to reach out to me. They're pretty like, not conservative per se, just traditional, in terms of like preserving, family and marriages. And so every piece of advice, every voice in my ear is some form of advice on how to work it out. Right? Like, maybe it exists, or maybe it's just demographically fortunate, but like, I don't have any angry, jaded dudes telling me that, oh man, she's gonna fucking, what do the fucking red pill people say? She's gonna fucking divorce rape you in terms of like fuck you over in family court or whatever, right? No one has said that to me. Okay? Even my friend who had a terrible divorce is saying we should work it out. Right? It's weird. Like, I just don't have the voice of like I don't have any friends that are super incel-y red pill who they'll say like, oh my God, you just gotta be careful. You know, hire a private investigator, you know, record everything, blah, blah. No one's saying that to me. Right? Unfortunately, on her end of it, they are. Right? And I think it's just because, other than my brother's wife, she doesn't have anyone in a normal situation, and you know, normal is the wrong word. She doesn't have anyone in a traditional nuclear family situation where it's like husband, wife, one kid, two kids, maybe even zero kids, but still, you know, because they can't have kids or some shit like that, right? Like all of those people, and I get why if you have kids, it's important y'all stay together, right? But the point is, like, my friends who are even perennially childless, they also advocate staying together. Like, maybe I'm just lucky in that everyone around me values harmony and union, but for whatever reason, her friend network does not. Absolutely does not. Right? In fact, they're all the whole, you know, boss ass bitch mold of like, oh my God, she's gonna dump his ass. And it's sad because even after she made those trans comments, most of those people went away, but the ones that remain are still that way. Because demographically, that's a very left-leaning liberal view. And so the trans thing rubbed a lot of those people the wrong way, and they don't talk to her anymore. But regardless, even the people that remain that aren't of the view that she said the trans comments and it was problematic, they still are that way, right? Just a bunch of fucking, like, I'm just gonna say it, fuck it, say it for the clips. A bunch of fucking liberal cucks, basically, who fucking say, like, stupid fucking shit, and give stupid fucking advice. Like, it's honestly just what it is. And the reason I say it's stupid advice is, like, because none of them could tell you why they're giving the advice. It's just their own unresolved feelings and issues that are bubbling to the surface and making them say those things, right? What I'm saying is there's no basis of reason or logic for them giving her that advice, right? It's just the friends that she does have. And she's also not like the most, like, I think I make friends a lot easier than she does, right? Like, I meet Action Man, I meet Henry, I meet Nate. I'm cool with all of them. I like all of them. Like, do I want to spend every waking moment with all of them? Perhaps not. You know, like, certainly not like, I'll go on an RV stream and do it for like, you know, 24/7, like a week in a row. But like, I don't want to do it for like 365 days in a row. But I don't really want to hang out with anyone 365 days in a row, to be perfectly honest, right? Like, it's just too much of a person. Like, I feel like once a week is perfectly great, right? Like, you know, something like that. But regardless, I feel like I make new friends easier than she does. Yeah. And like, you know, previously, it's so crazy because previously I get blamed for basically everything that's not perfect in her life, right? Because previously her excuse, which she might still feel this way, is that she doesn't have friends because we're so busy. And we're so busy because, you know, I like to stay busy, you know, personally, right? And it lends to her being busy as well, because if I'm fully engaged in a thing, then she feels pressure to be fully engaged as well. It's kind of like, okay, but like I still had friends and made friends through that period. So what the fuck is your excuse? And keep in mind, she's the one actually meeting people and doing collabs and going places. Huh. Dude, no, I agree with you, sick boy SI. She just needs to get over the whole, oh, I don't want to address it. And just like, no, if you don't want to address it, don't fucking bring it up in the future. Right? But if you did say something that's untrue, then it would be good to clear the air and to at least give some level of plausible deniability for someone to address it if it comes up again. Maybe your chat or her chat will ignore it and never, you know, tell the truth or the correction. but it'll be out there, right? And someone who wants to be fair-minded can just link the comment or the video. No, cautious and careful is perfectly fine when she's meeting new people, right? I expect nothing less. But it's just unfortunate that the friends that she does have, the few, right, are so disinclined to work things out, at least in the advice that they give her. And some of it is like, well, fucking dull. And that's like the sad part is like she doesn't understand like what it means to get a biased piece of advice or opinion from someone, right? If you ask your fucking lawyer what you should do, like, it's like asking your barber if he thinks you need a haircut. Are you fucking kidding me? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you fucking kidding me? The saddest part is she says I coerced her into, you know, a contract or implied that it was the post number. Absolutely untrue. False. But if I can piece together correctly the series of events that led to her engaging, you know, the divorce attorney, that felt like right on the line of being coercive. Because that lawyer, look, here's what we found out. I'll just fucking spill it. Ready? I was like, where's the agreement to be represented? Where's the, you know, where's the document that you sign, you know, when you're agreeing to engage in a lawyer's services, right? It doesn't exist, right? In fact, they played this weird fucking game. When we asked for it, they go, oh, we think that Jacob kind of signed it on your orders. And I remember saying, I'm not aware of that. But if that's the case, can we see that document? Right? You know, because she's not aware of it either, supposedly, right? And so then when met with that answer from us, the lawyer was like, oh, well, if y'all don't remember it, then maybe there wasn't one. But regardless, you know, you don't need a representation agreement to be represented by a lawyer. You merely have to talk to one and agree to work with them. Now, I'm going to tell you something right now, okay? That is actually factually true. As scary as it is, that's actually true. It's just most lawyers, and I would argue good ones that aren't fucking retarded, generally want that on paper because it makes it not subject to all this fucking, you know, controversy, right? Because if you go like, oh yeah, you see right here, it says in the representation agreement that you have to maintain a retainer of this amount, right? Versus if we just do a handshake, you start saying, oh, you got to replenish your retainer, and I'm going to be like, well, why? We didn't talk about that. It's just a stupid way to engage legally, which is why I feel like she got somewhat bamboozled into the whole thing, right? Again, it's not technically coercion, right? But there's no paper trail. There's no fucking understanding. And in fact, she thought, this is the sad part, she thought the retainer was $85,000. She swears up and down that that is what was talked about. And yet they took $100,000. And she's sitting there getting fucked over and screwed, and I'm getting screwed too by extension. And she's still thinking that I tricked her into signing contracts. And she doesn't really think that, but she's making that accusation. It's like, dude, you are literally being fucking tricked actively. And you're sitting here surrounded by a house that you got to pick, furniture that you got to pick. Everything in the fucking house except in this room is reflection of her tastes. 40 different pets, 6 different horses, and you're afraid of me taking advantage of you? How the fuck is that even remotely resembling of reality? The sad part is, I can't even really suggest that her friends should go because she doesn't have that many friends, and she just complained that, oh, you're being controlling. Am I scared to leave her and make my own life? No. I just value a lot the fact that I've known her through some of the most tumultuous changes, or throughout the period where the most tumultuous changes in my life happened. And maybe I overvalue that factor and the continuity of the relationship factor, right? I'm telling you right here, guys, one of the things I value most in terms of my relationships with people in my life is how much context do I have to provide when I talk to them. And people who know you really well, you don't have to give any context. You get what I'm saying? Like, you have some friends where if you bring to them a question or a problem, or you even just vent, they're going to be like, whoa, start from the top. Like, what are we talking about? Right? And then you have other friends, hopefully, right, who you can just vent, and then they'll listen, and then they'll understand exactly, why you feel that way or where you're coming from. Right? I don't mean like every tiny little detail. I just mean like broad strokes. It's not a fucking surprise to them, and they don't need like an hour of context. And it's nice having people like that, because I mean, it's just nice to feel like you can be understood even with a minimal amount of communication, being exchanged, right? I wouldn't say miserable for ages. Nah, her chat gave me her advice was fucking retarded. I'm gonna be honest. Like, sometimes y'all say things and I will consider them, right? If I ain't ever gonna buy hook, line, and sinker something someone in chat says to do, unless it's like something regarding eating an edible. You're whatever. I don't know. I wouldn't say that he's dumb. I wouldn't even necessarily disagree. The problem isn't that she would choose her friends over me. The problem is the accusation she would levy if I even suggested those were bad friends. It would be the whole, "Oh my God, you're trying to control who I'm being friends with." It's like, you would hope that she would want to weed out such negative and, detrimental viewpoints, but that's all you can do. You just hope, right? I mean, yeah, her friends would like the toxic chat. I feel like the easiest litmus test is, if the advice that you should take, and this is a little bit like, I think this is the best way to not have any false negatives. But it goes like this, right? Maybe only consider the advice or weigh in from friends who, when you take a look at their situation that is relevant to the advice they're giving, that you wouldn't mind being in their shoes or switching places, if that makes sense. Like, if you see someone's in a happy marriage and they give you advice that you should preserve your marriage, well, the question is, do you like, you don't have to like their net worth. You don't have to like the house they live in, right? But do you like, the dynamic that they have, as a couple, right? Would you be happy in a similar dynamic? Or if you're, I guess, relationship was, striking the same chord, so to speak, right? You would have to want to switch places with them or be okay with that for you to be palatable, in my opinion, to what they're advising that you do. Right? Chat mods instigating my differences. It's tough because, like, I accept sometimes that mods or whatever will say what is actually on their mind versus what they maybe, quote unquote, should say, given that they are in a position of relative authority, right? I tend to just value letting people say what they think. And then just, like, I try not to sit here, listen to you guys. I know some of you guys are being helpful, but just like listen to you guys and then making a resolution on what I will do. I try to make the decision on what I do independent of, while I'm talking to chat. Right? Like, it's fine to hear what other people have to say, but like in terms of actually what you're gonna do, like I feel like you should keep your own counsel. I agree that the level of aggression shouldn't be that high. But like, I don't know. I feel like I guess the perspective could be, oh, just let it be. It doesn't matter what other people think. Right? But at the same time, I feel like, and I'll explore the other half of it, but like, I feel like if it matters to me, she should want to help resolve it. Right? Because when it matters to her, I'm expected to help resolve it. You know what I mean? And I feel like that expectation is alive and well. Right? In a relationship, no one should feel forced to communicate. People are allowed to take breaks and come back. Go ahead. Well, sure, but how do you address if it's just a refusal to correct something that was said previously? Like, I'm not even saying she should say it potentially like right now or whatever, but like, I mean, how many months is too many months? Right? Like, you're not trying to, or you shouldn't be trying to make everyone forget the thing before you correct it. Right? The whole point of correcting it is to set the record straight and to make sure as many people as possible can have what is not, the misunderstanding. Right? What if he keeps on not trying to help support? Well, she did say it already, right? She just a little bit tried to attach other things to save face to it. That's why I wish she wouldn't be so, like, ultimately, let's be honest here, right? The reason she's resistant to it is because she finds it uncomfortable to say basically, I lied. Like, I being her, right? It's uncomfortable. I get it. It is uncomfortable. Right? It is absolutely uncomfortable. But still, like, if I go and I say something that's untrue about her to you guys, and she goes, it'd make me feel better if you cleared the air by correcting it, I would understand, right? That her wanting to have the record set straight and for me to be honest about it supersedes my feeling of slight discomfort. And I would hope that that same understanding is also alive and well with her, is that, like, she can feel it is uncomfortable to correct a lie and to say that she told something that wasn't true. But it still needs to happen, right? If I want it to happen, then it should happen because the original action was the actual transgression, right? I mean, it is like I said, the example goes, and I've repeated myself now, but like the example is like, you can't say someone threatened you if they didn't threaten you, even if you feel threatened, right? Like if they did nothing to threaten you other than exist, then you can feel threatened because you're entitled to your feelings, but you cannot say, which is a far more active form, they threatened me yesterday. That would be very, very egregious. That makes sense? Right? And like what adds trickiness to it is this. In that example I just gave, at least or coincidentally, the word is the same in either context. It is feels threatened and to threaten, right? In the actual reality of what me and her lived through, she said I coerced her into signing a contract. I did no such thing. In fact, the actual word she's looking for is throughout our relationship and throughout our previous arguments, she has at times felt pressure, in terms of, financial stability, financial assets, I guess generally feeling like, we're, grinding too hard, things like that, right? But like the act of attaching that to us doing a post nump or any sponsorship contract is insane. Because that never happened. I have never like pressured her to make a certain decision. I will go on a limb and say I have pressured her to do things that she has promised or committed to doing. Sure. Right? But that, in my opinion, and in my understanding, is because I think she actually does want to do what she, independently arrived at the conclusion that she wants to do. It's just sometimes people grouse about things. You get what I'm saying? It's like if I go, oh my God, I should probably go close the light in the aviary. I forgot, but I'm so tired. I'm already laying in bed. I don't think it's pressuring for your partner to say, no, you should go. I think you need to do that. Right? It's like if she goes, okay, I want to do the sponsorship, and then, they agree on a timeline, and it's like on this day, and then on that day she goes, oh man, I'm kind of tired today. It's like, nah, you should probably still fulfill your obligation. Right? Like if that's pressuring, so be it. But it's not pressuring her to do something she doesn't want to do. It's something she stated she wants to do and has made a commitment to do, and I'm just reminding her of that commitment. But regardless, at the mouth end of it, the actual, you should do this sponsorship. Never. Ever. Because I know, look, I'm pretty retarded, but I'm not that retarded. I know that she is such a strong-willed person that if I pressured her into an agreement and then tried to keep that agreement intact, it will never fucking work. Okay? I mean, agreements that she independently and of her own volition enter into that I try to convince her are smart to uphold, she doesn't even always listen to. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it would be a dramatic misunderstanding of the relationship dynamic that we have to even believe that that was feasible. Well, that may be true, silly goose, but in my opinion, there should be some steps taken to address, clarify, and try to help her see that this isn't about whether she wants to avoid drama or not. This is more about whether I need to write down an improvement real fast that I think should be made. But it's that it's important to me, and so even if it's inconvenient for you, it is something that you put into motion in the first place, and I think it makes sense for me to address it or bring it up or think that it needs to be addressed. Exactly, Sick Boy SI. That's exactly the thing. Sick Boy SI said she will say it, but then attach some other info to act like she wasn't lying in an argument, which everyone does. I agree, but like there's a point in which that becomes problematic, right? And I think that point is reached when she is trying to say, oh, I shouldn't correct it because if I correct it, I'd have to attach another negative thing, and that other negative thing will make you look worse. And it's like, it won't make me look worse because the worst thing is the thing that you said, right? If you really cared that much, you would just not attach the other negative thing to it because they have no business being together. Like there's no reason to attach them, right? Like if I didn't coerce you, I didn't coerce you. End of sentence, right? If you really want to talk about it, you could say like, I felt pressure before, and I feel like that pressure would be resolved if I, got an agreement such as the post note. That's fine, right? Because it's the actual thing that happened. She had a motive or something that she wanted to capture, right? A sense of assurance or whatever, and that the post note would grant that. It's literally, if you think about it, on any kind of critical level, it's the same thing that anyone gets out of a post note. What? Right? Everyone is basically getting an assurance that they know where the lines are. That's not in any way meaning necessarily that the other person pressured you so you need this thing in order to draw the lines. Anyone can also say that, right? I could say I feel like I need it because she feels like it seems like she's going to be unfair about how the earnings are split on an ongoing basis when I was part of the reason that the org got off the ground in the first place. Right? Anyone can say they feel an amount of insecurity or pressure from an outcome coming to fruition that is not an outcome they want. But that is not the same as saying the other person did that to you. Yeah, I mean, I wish she would, but like she'll retreat into this bullshit of like, oh, well, I feel like this way. It's like you cannot feel like it's just so crazy. It's like, well, yeah, you didn't rape me, but I feel like you did. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? Right? Like it ultimately comes down to this, right? If the truth of it is she thought the words feeling pressure and coerced, right? And I'm talking about feeling pressure in an ambiguous way, right? Like a general sense of it, right? Like I'm not sitting there saying, do this or else this. It's just a general sense of pressure. It's not the same as saying I was coerced into doing this thing, right? It's like, dude, have you ever been in, and I guess the answer is no. Like, have you ever been in a situation where you're negotiating your own employment, right? And you go the employer, the person who's going to hire you, says, okay, we think you're a good fit for the org. We want to hire you. The salary we're offering is $60,000, right? Now, you can feel like you have to take the 60,000 or else you won't get the job, right? You can feel like there's not really any room for you to ask for more money, right? But what you can't do is turn around and say you were coerced into accepting a $60,000 offer. That is not true. You can feel a sense of pressure that you might not get what you want if you don't agree to certain things, but that is not the same as saying they coerced you. That is a fucking really, really serious term, and you shouldn't use it that fucking lightly. Nor should you want to, nor is it descriptive of what happened. Yeah, no one wants to be known as a pimp. That's a cool video. Shooting a parking boot off a truck. Did he succeed? No, I know you can't argue with a woman's feelings and emotions. I don't want to argue with her feelings and emotions, but I feel like her feelings and emotions shouldn't cause her to say something publicly that isn't true. And when that is evident to her, not be willing to correct it. Does that make sense? It's what I told her before. You can say all you want, you felt pressured, right? But when you start saying, I coerced you, that's another ballgame. You can say, I feel a sense of pressure. You can feel, I feel a sense of unease. You could say, I don't like the way this situation developed. All that's fine. But it's not the same as saying, forced me to do. What do you mean not a good business partner? Does it feel like I'm trying to put a square peg in a round hole? I mean, you know, like if you really think about it, are you saying that you think I will be in another relationship with another woman and I won't encounter a misunderstanding or whatever? Because like that's the constant of life, right? It's that constantly, you know, even when like you could say I will be happy, which I don't condone. I don't really like subscribe to, but like you could say I will be happy when I'm no longer poor, right? And that's a very fine thing to aspire to. But let's say you are now decidedly not poor. Do we really think that there aren't any challenges or things that make you discontent with your life or make you unhappy, even if temporarily? Like, of course, right? And so all this logic and whatever, it's like I try to look at the counterfactual. It's like, is it like if I get divorced from her and find someone else that I won't have any more fights? I don't know if I can believe that, right? Does it mean I won't have any arguments where someone's applying emotions and I'm applying logic? Right? You might be able to say, well, maybe they won't accuse you publicly, but that just might be a function of them not being an influencer, right? Like it's almost like it's hard to believe or to ascertain. Like I say this to guys all the time, right? Everyone can say, oh, like especially the simps, right? The simps can say, I would never cheat on you, right? But it's like, well, yeah, because you can't get any girl currently, dude. So of course you can't. Like what? Like that doesn't even mean anything in that context, right? Like the whole exercising of self-discipline and kind of following through on a commitment implies that you have the opportunity to do otherwise, right? It's only valuable if they're choosing to act the way they're supposed to act. It's not valuable if they're forced to act that way. You get what I'm saying? Trainwreck sold parties. What does that mean? Are you saying the BlizzCon parties? Yeah, I would just only remove comments that are spamming or borderline breaking of TOS. I don't think anyone having a particular take is worth, you know, uh, squelching or removing their message unless they're just like copy paste, copy paste, copy paste like 30 times or whatever, 10 times in a row, right? Like I think it's just annoying to like I get saying the same thing a few times because maybe your streamer didn't catch it on the first go around. But if you like are trying to like fill it to where it's like, okay, this is just like every other message or like dominating the view of chat that's or the part of chat that's in view, that's when it becomes a problem. I just don't want messages that push other people's messages out, even though that is naturally kind of occurring because if 20 people are typing something different, it's going to scroll up real fast, right? And so repeating yourself once or twice is like fine if you really want to, but like I wouldn't do it like 10 times in a row. And I certainly wouldn't want it to be like, if your message is the most recent message, you don't got to repeat yourself right then and there. That'd be kind of, that doesn't really make sense, right? Tone down the complexities. and you get a watch. I still need to have a. I'm having 1, maybe 2 employees start this week, and then maybe another person next week if everything lines up. But yeah, I'm hoping to have the new person help with the fulfilling of the prior watch giveaways from Friday, Saturday, or Thursday. No, wait. It was Friday. Yeah, Friday night. I don't really think I need more pussy. Oh shit. You mean this one or what? This is the McDonald's Happy Meal one. It's the fucking G-Shock one. I actually do want to get the other one out again, but what's how females work? Nah, SWAT, I know exactly what you mean. You can't really, like, look, maybe someone who has a perspective, you know, is going to tell the truth, right? That might be true in whatever singular, whatever instance. But it's hard to believe that you're going to get the unbiased and fully fair version that is congruent with the truth from a person who has a vested interest one way or the other. I understand that, especially since they could say only true things, but chain them together in a way that's misleading, right? There's more than one way to skin a cat, so to speak, in terms of like to advantage your own perspective in an exposition, right? Because I merely just have to change the order in which I present things, potentially, right? And obviously, I'm at least decent at, you know, stating things in a way for people to understand them. And so that is absolutely something that should be accounted for, right? But, or not but, rather, just in this particular instance, I feel like before you even get into the messiness of, you know, how things happened, it is important to clarify that when someone says, oh, you know, he coerced me into doing XYZ, right? It just didn't happen, like, at all. Right? And the saying of it in the first place was the original transgression. And I understand why she said it, right? It was farming fucking plausible deniability for lawyers, and then also just a easy way to kind of win over, you know, any people on the fence that were in her chat or whatever, right? Because it's clearly wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's actually just illegal on top of being wrong. But it's very also stupid and destructive. Because every sponsor that we had that was like ready to either draft you know, an agreement or was in the process of drafting an agreement instantly dropped. Right? Because it's a serious thing to be like, oh yeah, he pressures me into contracts sometimes. No one wants to fucking, like, holy shit, dude. Like, can you imagine being the sponsor and being like, yeah, let's sign this thing with her? It's like, that's the biggest out ever. It's like if she just gets the money and decides at some point she doesn't want to do it, she could be like, I was forced. And it's like, oh, okay. Now we're stuck trying to get you to send the money back. Like, it's just a business-wise stupid move, and factually didn't happen. And the only thing it does is malign me and turns a certain amount of opinion against me, and then is potentially, you know, lawyer nip in order to try and, I guess, put a spin on a divorce proceeding. Wait, what lies I tell about Janelle? I'm confused. She's trying to Andrew Tate me? I don't think she's actively trying to do anything like that. I think what she's saying, well, the 22 incident is a whole nother can of worms, right? Like, I think the whole thing spawned from her being in the loopy Vyvanse state and then it getting out of hand, right? I'm pretty sure that's that whole situation. Should she have corrected it more, clearly after? And here's the part where you guys can kind of yell at me or whatever. She, at least verbally to me, expressed that she wanted to correct the 22 situation, call it 3 days to a week after it happened. I told her that wouldn't make sense because it was such a big thing that, there's some things you can't put, Humpty Dumpty falls off the wall. He ain't gonna fucking make him look the same after. Right? Like, there's some things that are Pandora's box like, in the sense that, like, you really can't put them back in. Right? It's almost like when you open a package from Amazon and it's in an airtight seal, right? Like, so it can be like scrunched up into a certain small size. You ain't ever fucking putting that shit back in that wrapper once air gets let in. Does that make sense? You can't undo certain things. And in my opinion, the act of attempting to undo them would cause additional damage without resolving any of the downside. Could you imagine? Like her saying, oh, he made me do these things, and then being like, actually, he did. It's like half of the people would be like, oh my God, you're terrible, Amaranth. Why would you fucking say that? And then they'd hate her and troll her forever. The other half of people would cling to the original version and say, oh, clearly he's manipulating and controlling her to exonerate himself. I see very, very few people who would be moved by a retraction of that kind of statement. You get what I'm saying? Again, person named whatever. Ooh, what's your name again? Ubi. I don't know what you're talking about. You're going to have to give me more context. Like, I literally don't know what you're talking about. You're saying I dissed your friend Janelle. Who the fuck is Janelle? What the fuck are you talking about? Lesson learned, never get married. That's what I used to think as well. Like back when I was a single guy cruising around. Vyvanse turned into a robot. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Like, no, I mean, I know who A Janelle is. I just don't know if that's what he's talking about, A. But B, I would need to hear what the misconception or lie that I told about her is. Because to Action Man's people, when he asked, I told the straight truth. You can ask Indy Fox herself, because I don't even need to ask her myself. I could probably find a screenshot of this, honestly. Because when Indy Fox, well, unless she deletes the tweet, but when Indy Fox first got banned, she tried to throw me under the bus for having been warning her that she needed to pull back or she'd get banned. She tried to use it as ammunition because she was like, oh, Amaranth has insiders at Twitch. It's like, girl, we have a person who's telling us the temperature of internal Twitch politics, and that is the same thing that I told you, and I would bet that person probably tried to tell you as well. Right? It's called reading between the lines. Right? Like, just because you're too stupid to fucking realize that when your partner manager comes and says, yo, maybe don't push the boundaries so much. Right? When they tell you that, they're saying maybe don't do it because they don't want to be there and be like, yo, don't do this. Because you'd be like, is that TOS? He goes, well, it isn't TOS per se, but it could easily become TOS. And then you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna do it anyways. Right? Like read between the fucking lines. I said nothing untrue about Indy Fox whatsoever. In fact, I probably held back. So, you know, like in the words of Olena Tyrell, tell Janelle. Tell her it was me. I want her to know. I mean, it's nothing she doesn't already fucking know. Why do I keep justifying myself? It's just more so that, like, I don't know. It just feels like I don't, look, here's the truth of it, right? Even if I succeeded and became a big streamer, right? There are a lot of sponsorships that I will never get. There is a lot of people in the space that could never associate with me, right? In many ways, I've been Dr. Respected. Dr. Disrespected. Okay? And unlike Dr. Disrespect, where, you know, like, I'm assuming most of what is said that happened is true, and I'm going to put an asterisk there, right? Twitch officially didn't say what happened, right? The only thing we know of what happened is one guy said it on Twitter, and he ran in there and yelled at the guy, and we're taking the contextual thing of what he said as, you know, if he's saying it himself, assuming it's true. If you just take what he said he did, it is somewhat problematic, right? But it's not risen to the level of the worst thing that people assumed of him, right? But still, the connotation is negative enough that there are people who won't work with him, platforms that won't platform him, etc. And that damage is already done. There's enough clips out there that damage is already done for me, right? But luckily, I'm not streaming to capture those upsides. It would be nice, obviously, right? But it's not why I'm streaming in the first place. So that part of it doesn't bother me, right? But I do feel like at least an attempt to correct it is still useful, right? Because while there's certain people that will never be won back, there are also people who are in that marginal point of they could go either way. They're on the fence. They just haven't looked into it. They don't know. And those are the people who I think, you know, are worth courting per se, especially if you're courting them with what is true. And then obviously there's people that are in my camp who I can do no wrong, or at least so far in their eyes, I've done no wrong, right? Sponsors not on. So when you say sponsors on Kick, it's like, yeah, absolutely, right? Like, what are you talking about? Of course there's sponsors on Kick, right? Now, if you're saying that I'm getting no ad revenue from automatic ads playing in front of my stream, well, sure, that's currently the case, absolutely, with Twitch. Or sorry, Kick. But like, when I'm saying sponsors, I mean, if you have 10,000 viewers, yeah, you could go to like NordVPN. They don't really care where the viewers are. They're going to fucking do it because It's about eyeballs. Oh no, I'm not saying. Wait. Nano Genji. Let's be real clear here. I'm not saying no one will collab with me. I'm saying certain people cannot collab with me just based on what would happen and what their audience would say about them or to them or complain about if they did. Does that make sense? I don't really want to name names per se, but like, it isn't that hard to just kind of squint and be like, oh yeah, there's all these people who don't want the controversy, and because it's so messy, they'd just rather not be in the thick of it, right? Like, let's be honest here, right? Even if I was a big streamer, do you think I could get invited to fucking like a cutie Cinderella thing? I don't know. Like, I think it might even be problematic if I was a big Twitch streamer for me to be the face of TwitchCon at any point in time. And when I say face of TwitchCon, I mean just like the big streamers that they put on banners and whatever, right? You know, can I even host a panel given the connotation? Right? It's unclear. I would probably lean on no. Like, it would have to be like 5 years later without any incident or something like that. I don't know if you meant to be double negative on that, Nano Genji. I don't think you can't get canceled on Kick. Why does she care if her chat thinks she's a liar? They're just gooners. That's what I think. But ultimately, every person wants to be liked and or agreed with, even if the people who are agreeing with them are suboptimal. That's just true, right? How do I... Wait. Well, let me add that to my notes. Actually, just, gee whiz, I'm a fucking retard. I actually don't know how to do that. Make a channel point goal? Like, are you saying just unofficially say it? Or, like, is there something I need to do in my profile? Wait, is it an example, right? No, hold on. Are you saying that with concurrent viewers and engagement, you don't think you could court a VPN sponsor? Because I'm going to tell you right now, it doesn't matter where the eyeballs are. As long as the eyeballs are desirable and proven to be, you know, somewhat believable, people want to be in front of that, right? It doesn't matter what platform. Like, it literally doesn't matter what platform. That's what the Kai Aiden argument was about. What do you mean? What was the Kai Aiden argument about? Oh, shit. I get what you're saying. Why would I want to what? Shit, this is tough because it's hard for y'all to contextually get me an idea of what I'm talking about. Oh, I don't want to hang around Cutie, but keep in mind, it's not necessarily that I want to hang out with Cutie. It is that Cutie does a lot of queen bee bullshit, a la high school, behind the scenes, right? What I'm trying to represent is that I don't know what other bridges have automatically been burned before I even find the bridge. No shit, bitching about sponsors is going to give me sponsors. My point is that it causes irreparable harm to levy an accusation that's especially untrue in the first place, right? And I'm willing to overlook that because it's not the reason I'm streaming anyways. I'm just streaming to see if I can do it at the level in which I used to help with the monetization side for multiple streamers. That makes sense? It is important to me because, I don't know, it's just like, look, on some level, okay, I got one. imagine you were a consultant, a business consultant, and you have made oodles of money consulting for big companies. Okay? You've made $100 million consulting for Fortune 500 companies over a career, right? And then one day, one of those companies says, hey, Nick, right? We are doing an executive search right now because our CEO is retiring. You've always given super helpful strategic advice. How would you like to captain the ship? We'd like to toss your name into the ring for CEO. Even if I was like retiring, assuming I'm not senile, I would jump at that because it's kind of a chance for you to, instead of being the coach all this time, actually be on the court. You've been advising CEOs, and it'd be kind of cool, in my opinion, after a career, to see if you could be a CEO and to actually be able to implement some of the advice that you've been giving and to see if that shit works. You know what I'm saying? On some level, it doesn't matter. You're already rich. You're fucking good. But it is interesting when you get that opportunity to literally be the counterparty that you're normally working with. My prize, my individual prize, a sense of achievement and knowing. Half Rich, what does abuse tint mean? If you're saying the video clips, it's like, dude, let's be honest here, okay? If I recorded and started secretly streaming some of the shit that she says to me when we're not online, it would look that way as well. You get what I'm saying? You can literally wind someone the fuck up and then just start streaming when they're responding to what you've said. Right? I'd like to hope, but I know that this is not realistic, that most people could be smart enough to realize that, like, okay, this is way too rational, but let's go with it. Do you think I'm in, like, because, like, obviously 2022 and some of the fights between me and her for the 36 hours, that gave an impression, put out an impression that I am an unhinged, crazy person all the time. And so, let's examine that logically, right? Have I interacted with other people, streamers, otherwise, and I wasn't like a fucking crazy fuck? Well, clearly, right? I seem to vibe okay with most people. Wouldn't you agree? A bunch of people have called in. I've been on a few podcasts. I've been on a few shows, right? I don't think any of those instances you could point to and say I am unhinged, right? Now, here, I get it. People can hide their unhingedness, sure, right? But then the other question you would have to ask is, if I'm unhinged all the time, why the fuck did she bother staying with me at any point in time? Right? And, like, obviously 2022 was her attempt at trying to be like, yo, this guy is controlling me, blah, 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 blah. But that is patently untrue. Her biggest criticisms of 22 are that I financially control her and that I made her do OnlyFans when she didn't want to. Those are the big ones, right? Those are the big ones. Financially control her, patently untrue. I mean, you see it even in our more recent subsequent fights. We had an agreement that when she bought stuff, that she would, originally it was tell the PA so that the PA could record it, right? And the reason why that's the case is because the PA recorded all purchases, that had any kind of ability to be written off as part of the cost, right? Like, that's just how it is. Like, why wouldn't you want someone creating that list? Because if we don't have someone creating that list, what it means is at the end of every year, I got to go in and fucking look at every fucking credit card statement, every fucking bank statement, and then I got to formulate that list after the fact. And like, if you've ever looked at a credit card statement, you know that sometimes you buy something and then you're like, afterwards you're looking at it, you go, fuck, what is this vendor again? You get what I'm saying? It just makes sense to have someone independently tracking that shit, you know, for tax purposes and budgeting purposes, right? And she agreed, because that's a very reasonable take, and it doesn't take that much, right? And it is a thing that I subject myself to as well. You know, back then when I had a PA, that was actually good. And then she randomly decided that she was going to not have certain things recorded because she didn't want me to know that she was spending it. Essentially, she was trying to optically make the horses look a little cheaper than they actually were. And when I accidentally found that out, I was upset. And I said, from now on, don't buy anything unless you have written down what it is you are buying onto this very same spreadsheet that tracks expenses. That's not financially controlled. The fuck? Like, having a record of where money was spent, like, you see, that's fucking poor person mentality to fight against that. Can y'all understand that? That's fucking poor person mentality. Only a fucking stupid fucking poor person believes that rich people don't budget. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, what the fuck, man? It's like you're dealing with a fucking 5-year-old child. Oh, when I get rich, I'm not going to worry about what I spend my money on. I'm going to buy Pokemon cards. I'm going to fucking, like, the fuck, man? You should always want to know where the fucking money is going. And recently, as, you know, circumstance would have it, it became proven why it's important. You want to hear why? We talked about it a little bit. I don't think I harped on it, but, you know, it's a good time to bring it up. She told me that someone had been using her credit card for 3 months, and she didn't know. And it's fine. We can get it reversed. It's just annoying to go through the entries and see what was real, what was not. But it's like, I told her, like, dude, and y'all know this. A month ago when me and her had an argument, and she ran to her chat and she was yelling like, oh my God, he wants me to budget. Why am I budgeting? Right? And some dumbass in her chat, I read this, was like, oh, he wants you to stay on a 30K budget. It's like, no, stupid fuck. I want to know what the fucking budget even is. I want to know what is being spent, because why the fuck wouldn't you want to know that? Right? Like, what kind of stupid fucking thing is it to be like, I'm so rich, I don't need to fucking worry about what is spent? Because as we found out with someone using a credit card, if you knew and you were recording what you bought, or you were at least accountable to, like, I spent $30,000 this month. I glanced at my credit card statement and it appears to be accurate. But if you never fucking look at your credit card statement, you have it on auto pay, you're never gonna fucking catch someone using your card, or at least it's gonna be 3 months till you catch them. And now when you go back, are you actually gonna be able to pick out which are real and which aren't? Some are gonna be easy, some not that easy. Right? You get what I'm saying? So then basically I am expected to go and look at her credit card statement. Is that financially controlling? To fucking catch this bullshit. Like, it's so crazy. Like, it's like, dude, that is the, you know, those are the wages of not budgeting and having any fucking oversight into your own spending habits. How are you going to catch illicit charges on your card if you never fucking look at your statement? You get what I'm saying? I'm supposed to look out for her interests, but it's financially controlling when I do. I don't think it was anyone we knew in person. I think she, if I had to guess, it's because she talks to a lot of people and has a lot of custom crafts and stuff made, right? Stuffed horses, you know, modifications or you know, all the costuming she bought for the horse photo shoots. When you do a lot of stuff like that and you're giving people your credit card in order to have them make something custom for you, any one of those people might sell that information or whatever, right? Like, if you buy something on Amazon, it's unlikely that your card will be stolen in that instance. right? Because it's a very polished payment processor that probably doesn't even release the full card info to the vendor, right? But if you're like negotiating custom bespoke shit from someone you met on Instagram, and the way you pay for it is by giving your card information, well, it isn't that hard to see how that happens. You get what I'm saying? Oops. Thank you for the advice. I should go full speed. You get what I'm saying, guys? Does that make sense? And that's the saddest part, right? If she doesn't know where she's spending that money on a custom basis, and I don't get told anything, because why the fuck would you tell me? Well, then you're never going to know when someone's fucking on your card until like way later when they've been spending like a fucking drunken sailor. Eventually, obviously, they take it too far and it becomes unignorable, right? But they're going to be sitting there for years, and if they were smart, they'd be ordering like one thing on DoorDash like a day or a week, and they would never be caught, right? What is this? In her chat, I read this, was my budgeting, right? And some dumbass in her chat, I read this, was like, oh, he wants you to stay on a 30K budget. It's like, no, stupid fuck. By the way, that's 30K a month. Budget even is. The guy was actually arguing that she shouldn't. Fuck wouldn't you want? I'm not even having a position on this. I don't know if 30K is a lot or a little in the context of what our passive income is. But I will say this. This motherfucker in her chat, who probably can't even relate to that number except on an annual salary basis, that motherfucker was basically saying that, oh my God, he's so financially controlling that he only lets her spend $30,000 of discretionary money a month. Wait, okay, there. It's like, are you fucking kidding me, buddy? Wanna know, dumbass? Discretionary. It doesn't include the automatic charges to the stable for the horses, right? It doesn't include the cost of the utilities for the houses, the whatever other subscriptions for entertainment. No. We're talking about like just money that you don't necessarily have to spend buying stuff that you want. Discretionary spending, right? I don't know. I'd have to look at the numbers. I don't know if $30,000 for discretionary spending is that out of whack as a rough target. Because if you want to be fair, if she spends $30,000 a month, I should be able to spend $30,000 a month. And then on top of that, we have the things that aren't discretionary, right? The utilities, property tax, what have you, right? That's not that crazy. You know, and especially if she intends to be somewhat slowly accruing some amount of savings to be able to buy a large tract of acreage that she wants, then you don't actually want to spend every cent of your passive income, especially if you are, as she was at one point, I'm not sure, because she just said she wanted to stream full time again. I don't know. Like, it goes back and forth. Who the fuck knows? It's like, you want to be retired from streaming. Got it. You want to spend all of your discretionary all of your passive income as discretionary. Okay, but what you also want to be able to buy a piece of land one day and maybe annex the surrounding lots. Okay, it's like, bro, this is why you need a budget. How much are we earmarking for future land acquisitions? How much are we landmarking for if she wants to buy a trailer one day, right? Now, I agree, it could just work out. But I've always been of the opinion that you should write things out so that you know if you're on target or if you're far off target or if you're spending too much or if you could spend more even. Like, having that information at your fingertips is not controlling. It's just not, it's literally not even being smart. It's just not being retarded. Does anyone disagree with that? Like, does anyone actually disagree with that? I'm curious. Right? I'm actually curious. Right? And so that's the sad part, right? I have to sit there and basically create examples that she won't believe. And then when they fucking happen, she's like surprised Pikachu facing, right? Fucking can't type worth shit. It's because I have this ashtray between me and the keyboard, so I'm doing this shit like a fucking spider monkey. Or not spider monkey, just a spider. I feel like I'm playing the fucking piano. Right? Like she's acting as if she's fucking Jeff Bezos, man. And he probably has a guy who does budgeting for him. In fact, I'm sure of it. That's why he's selling stock in such a fucking methodical way. You think Jeff Bezos is sitting there tracking his expenditures and figuring out how much Amazon stock to sell? Come on. Without tobacco leaf? With a tobacco leaf, okay. He didn't sell a majority. That's not true. You know how I know that's not true? I don't even need to check it. I know that's not true because if Jeff Bezos sold a majority of his stock, Amazon's stock would crater. He did not sell 500 bill. 500 mil is what you're thinking. He has probably 180 billion worth, and he sold 500 mil, which is like less than 0.5%. He didn't sell 500 bill. I know that's not true because he doesn't have 500 bill to sell. Could be a bill. That's less than 1% still. Look, I'm very, as an Amazon shareholder and having been an Amazon shareholder for 13 years, okay, I'm very, very familiar with how much stock Jeff Bezos had. Okay. I'm very, very familiar with how much stock Jeff Bezos has. And I'm very, very familiar with how market dynamics work. And so I know for a fact that no one would be stupid enough to sell the majority of their holdings over any short period of time. He might sell the majority of his Amazon over 15 years. You want to know why I know that? Because if he sold his Amazon in a year, which is not that short of a piece of time, but if he sold half his Amazon shares in a year, you're telling me that $90 billion of stock is going to hit the market. Because if he's selling, someone has to buy, right? You're telling me 90 billion of a stock is going to hit the market in a year, and that's not going to impact the price? Jeff Bezos would be cratering his own net worth if he did that. No. You have to understand this, okay? When you get to the level of wealth, I would argue anything above 200 million, certainly above 500 million. When you get to that level of wealth, you start to understand that your money can move the market. And so you have to act accordingly so that it doesn't. Because it frees you from potentially onerous litigation, but also you're not hurting yourself financially, right? Jeff Bezos can borrow any amount of money he wants against his Amazon shares at like something approaching 1% to 2% interest. If Jeff Bezos can do that, why the fuck would he ever sell stock faster than he needs to, or faster than, or so fast that it negatively impacts the price of his own stock? You get what I'm saying? Even if Jeff Bezos tomorrow in one day decided to sell $1 billion of Amazon stock, that would crater the price. What y'all don't understand is that like how markets work, which is that there's a marginal buyer. The marginal buyer means like the stock price is determined by the next transaction, right? And if you sell so much stock in a short amount of time that there's not enough people on the other side of that trade to buy the stock, then the price craters until you find a buyer. And so no rational person who's not suffering fucking dementia would ever sell the majority of his stock in any short amount of time, because at that point you might as well just not. You get what I'm saying? He would actually get more money if he sold it slowly for 15 years than he would get trying to sell it all in 1 year. And I don't even mean like net. I actually mean that like at the end of the year, he would have less money than he would have if he had sold it over 15 years for that first year of the 15. But yeah, like if you're Jeff Bezos and you needed $10 billion, you don't think you could go to Goldman Sachs and be like, yo, look, Goldman, this is basically risk-free. I'm going to pledge 10, maybe even up to 20 billion of Amazon stock as collateral against borrowing 10 billion. And I'll still pay you 1% interest, even though you have this collateral. Goldman's risk is de minimis. They're making interest on money that's not truly being loaned because they're getting collateral back that they can also, do credit or underwrite credit against. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just there's no reason. But no, like she's surprised Pikachuing face because she's like, oh, someone's been using my card. How the fuck was I supposed to know? It's like, well, this is why it's good to know how much you're spending. Because if what you think you're spending is dramatically different than what the card statement says, well, there's your first sign. You get what I'm saying, guys? Wait, explain what? Oh, so investment banks, since I used to work at one a very long time ago. Well, actually, so I'm blurring some definitions here. If you're in finance and you say you're in investment banking, it is a very specific thing you're referring to. You're referring to the fact that you will help companies raise debt capital and help companies raise equity capital. And that you will market those deals and do all the things around those deals, in the thing of bringing on a secondary or an IPO, right? But when I said investment bank, I'm talking about the entity as a whole. Goldman Sachs, right? JP Morgan, it's investment banking branch, not the retail branch, right? Morgan Stanley, another investment bank, right? And all of these banks have something called PWM, private wealth management, and private banking, right? Now, don't get this confused, because every time I say this, someone gets confused. Everyone knows, all these banks, Wells Fargo included, all the big bulge bracket banks, they understand that like information is at everyone's fingertips now. And so everyone knows, or at least most people who are financially savvy know what private banking is. And they've been very annoying and smart in capitalizing on that by creating products that sound like that aren't, that they offer to retail level people, mom and pops, you guys even, that sound like the really nice products they offer billionaires, but they're not. And the distinctions are narrow. Like at Chase, I have a private banking relationship. And that relationship requires, and I'm a fucking small fry in this, me to have a $10 million, for me to have $10 million of assets minimum at all times with JP Morgan. That's how I maintain that relationship, right? Now, JP Morgan also has another product that they offer to everyone, basically, right? Called private client banking, something like that, right? Now, the funny thing is private banking and private client banking are not anywhere in the same zip code, okay? Private client banking is just something where a low-level banker jerks you off, basically, okay? Literally, if you go into a fucking JP Morgan, they'll give you a handy. That's what fucking private client banking is, okay? Obviously, I'm being, a little bit, I'm exaggerating a little. What it actually means is that you have a person, I know this so well, okay, because I was at one point a private client banking client until they upgraded me to a private banking client. Okay. No, it's worse than that, slippity poobah. I'll tell you, it's actually a funny story. It's a funny story because I don't know why they did it this way. It's so fucking retarded. So when I was a private client, and when I got the invite to private client banking, I didn't have nearly as much money as I did now. And so I was like, oh, cool, I'm a big shot now. Private client banking sounds pretty serious, right? And I got a guy named Steve, right? And Steve was my banker. And the idea was I can call Steve at any time. And when I go into the bank, I don't have to wait in line whatsoever, right? I just call Steve. He comes out from the back office, and then he will, work with me on whatever I need to do, a wire, cash withdrawal, whatever, right? And I don't have to wait for a teller like everyone does now, right? If you go to bank now, unless you're real lucky and you live in a place where it's not like this, most of the banks, you got to fucking stand in a line and wait to see a teller. And it can be a long time if the person in front of you has a very, very complex thing. And private client banking is supposed to resolve that. But here's the sad part. It doesn't. I think I've seen Steve face to face like one fucking time. You know why? Because every time I go into the bank and I'm trying not to get in line, this is back when I was a private client banker, I would call Steve and Steve would not be at work that day because Steve mostly worked remote. Basically, Steve was fucking useless. Okay? And I stood in line with the plebes every fucking time. Right? And that's basically what private client banking is. It's the bank making you feel important. They're not really offering you that much more benefit, right? Just this optical thing that kind of sounds good. And that's what it is. It's a client retention tool, right? There are some small benefits, like my checking account might give me 0.5% more interest or some shit like that, right? Savings account, whatever. Or like, my credit card might have a slightly higher credit limit, but it's fucking useless. Okay, let's be honest. It's fucking useless. You could never, if they invite you and you don't do it, you'll be fucking fine. Now, private banking is a whole nother ballgame. Okay? Private banking is another ballgame. Private banking is when the bank, so this is true, right? I don't even go to the same fucking Chase branch anymore. Okay? I go to this thing called Chase Private Bank. Okay? And it's always, at least so far as I've seen it, in a nondescript building. If you live in New York, it's in the actual fucking Chase headquarters. So that's obvious. But if you're in Houston, for instance, you go downtown, there's a private entrance, right? There's a valet. You park, you walk in, and the moment you're in the lobby, your personal banker, the same guy you work with all the fucking time, shows up, asks you what you want to drink. He takes you to his office. And like, I remember the first time I was there, and someone needs to tell Destiny he needs to get this shit, because Destiny is one of those dumbasses. I'm being overly pejorative here, but he asked Dan Saltman at one point, wait, private banking? I think I already have that. That's no different than regular banking. Nah, buddy, you got the equivalent of private client banking. You need to upgrade that. And he can. He's in the net worth bracket where he can. You never wait. You never fucking wait. At least I've never waited. You go there, they come and greet you at the door, valet parks your car, and here's the craziest part, ready? In the lobby, you're looking around. I remember the first time I was there, I was like, am I in the right place? Because it's all marble, and there's like all this fucking expensive looking art and vases on these fucking podiums. I was like, where the fuck am I? Right? And then I look up at the wall, I'm like, that's not the Chase logo. It's not even the same logo. It's just, I'm assuming Jamie Dimon's handwriting in cursive, and it just says Chase, and then Jamie Dimon. The motherfucker has a different logo for the shit. Right? You don't see the fucking blue Chase thing. No, it's some fucking handwritten calligraphy that just says Chase. Private bank. All right? And so I remember going like, oh, okay, so I am in the right place. I just didn't recognize the logo. It just looked like some, if you don't, a lot of people don't read cursive, me included. And sometimes I just glance at it and it's like cursive. It takes me a second to read it. And so I was like, oh shit, that does say Chase Bank. Right? And then like, that's just like the creature comforts they offer, right? Potentially a glass of whiskey, and not having to wait, right? But it gets better, right? You get access to institutional investments that are hard to get into, right? Stuff that like the normal average Joe couldn't transact in, right? If you get a mortgage or if you need to borrow money to buy a piece of real estate, your interest rate is lower, right? Kind of dramatically lower. The reason why it can be lower is because they have 10 million of your assets minimum. And so they kind of have built-in collateral. You get what I'm saying? Now, it's not Jeff Bezos low. It's not 1%. It's not 2%. But it's like when the market rate for real estate is like 7%, it's like 4.5 or 5%. It's significant, right? And the reason why they can do that is not because necessarily they're favoring rich people. It's a little bit of that, but it's because if someone walks into your bank and they open a $1,000 checking account and then they want to, do a mortgage, you don't know who the fuck that guy is. You kind of know because he will fill out all this paperwork, but you don't really know, right? You don't really know. He's just a dude who opened an account. But if a guy has $10 million with you and you see what he's investing that money in, and you see if that money is increasing because he's adding more, right? Now it becomes worthwhile to do a little bit of a deep dive independently, right? Maybe you get his banker to like learn everything about the guy. And then once he does, you know that person really fucking well. And so you don't have to do as much underwriting due diligence when you're offering him a loan. And you have a higher confidence that he's going to pay back the loan, given that you know his cash flow profile, his net worth, or at least the net worth that you're managing for him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Make sense? No, the kids' playroom is actually for my nieces and nephews. She just plays in it because she likes to get in touch with her inner child sometimes. But you see, that's what I'm saying. It's not the fucking same thing, right? But so we're going briefly back to this. Excuse me. It's like I don't like having to go out of my way and create scenarios to justify why I think certain actions are prudent. I think it's very easy to just be like, these are prudent, and unless we have a good reason to not do things this way, we should do them prudently, right? And tracking expenses is absolutely probably the top thing that you're supposed to do, in order to be financially sound. And being rich is not a reason to not do it, right? You need a way better reason than that, right? Like a potentially good reason could be, well, these transactions or this particular card, for instance. This particular card, I only use, to fucking put on automatic pay for the tolls and, the, I don't know, whatever, fucking parking pass shit that the city might offer, right? That's all this card's good for. Okay, if that's true, then maybe you don't need to fucking track every expense that goes through that card, sure. But you should still make a routine out of glancing at the statement just to make sure that is all that's being charged, right? So it's correct that like there's certain things that are too onerous. Tracking every time your card gets charged because you go through a toll is probably too onerous. But that's not what I'm asking her to do, right? It's like know roughly what you're putting on your card so that at the end of the month, you can gut check or actually check to see if it makes sense, right? And so it's like, that's an example, but I can bet you my fucking left nut that if I had told her, well, we should keep a budget so that if one of your cards, gets compromised, that we'll know, way quicker that the amounts being charged that month don't line up with the amounts you remember spending. She'd be like, okay, but how likely is it my card gets stolen? It's like, well, the whole point is to safeguard against that likelihood. I don't know fucking how likely. Like, how likely are you to get into a car crash? Does it really make sense to wear a seatbelt every time you get in the car? The reason you do so is because the investment of time to put your seatbelt on is de minimis. It's kind of free, right? It's as close to free as you can get. And the upside you get from not flying out of your fucking windshield is you get to live. It's kind of the biggest upside that there is, right? And because of that, we typically accept that despite the low probability of it happening, the visceralness of the upside and the tininess of the cost makes it a good choice, a good rule of thumb, a good habit, right? And that's why you keep a budget, because it's an exercise in good judgment. It forces you to confront the weaker moments when you probably didn't have good judgment. right? And so like that was the basis for her saying I financially controlled her, was the me saying she should tell the PA to help track everything she's spending. And then when she didn't do that, and I don't even mean she forgot, she went out of her way to not do that. She was hiding transactions, you know, that were being paid via Cash App. Right? And so the reason I found out even in the first place was because at one point in time, the IRS was like, yo, you are missing a, you know, document that shows the income you're getting from Cash App. And I was like, huh? What? Right? And they're like, you have money on Cash App that you're getting, you know, as an inflow. And there's money also leaving as an outflow. So you know that this money exists clearly. And you're spending it. But you're not reporting. And I was just like, because I look at my Cash App and there's fucking nothing there. I barely ever use Cash App, right? It's like so rare. It's like once every 6 months, someone asks me to Cash App them money instead of like Venmo or Zelle or whatever, right? And so then I ask her about it. And then she's like, oh yeah, I am spending money out of here. And it's like, okay, well, why isn't it recorded anywhere? She goes, oh, well, I just didn't want you to know. It's like, sure. Like it took a bit to get that out of her, but like that's what she ended up saying basically, right? And I was like, okay, but you realize that like this is like light, and it's been resolved, hence why I'm talking about it. But like you realize this is like unintentional on your part, perhaps, light tax fraud. Just a little bit, right? And so you want to hear the craziest thing? Like this is going to blow y'all's minds. Back in 2021 and 2022, all she had to do was put her Cash App in her Twitch profile or as a, you know, link on her Linktree / snip feed or whatever aggregator link thing that we were using. And if she, as long as she put it there, she didn't even offer a reward. Just the fact that it's there and available and known, people would send her money just randomly. It wasn't like she was offering them any benefit, right? It was just literally people would see it, it's there, and then they just throw money at it. It's like a wishing well, right? Except a wishing well that gets 100 million eyeballs a month. Okay? Let me tell you guys something, okay? If you put a wishing well, and this is the funniest thing I learned in Japan, okay? I saw a wishing well, or no, sorry, that's so American. I saw a water fountain, a fountain, an elaborate, beautiful, Italian-looking fountain in the middle of fucking the entrance of Disney Tokyo. And when I looked into the water expecting to see a bunch of coins, I saw no coins, not a cent, because this is Japan. I guarantee you put that same well at any of the US Disneys, and that shit, the bottom is filled with fucking coins. My parents used to, and this is a joke that they tell, right? They're not serious, but they used to be like, it's because Americans can't resist throwing a coin into a, you know, pool of water and making a wish. It's kind of true though, right? Maybe that says something about aspirationally where most of our people are versus where Japan's people are, right? Flippity poobah. I ain't looking for discarded, gun shells. I don't know. I don't think this is offensive. I think it is. If there's an Israel Disney, they're just throwing like spent bullet cartridges in there. I don't have a view on that on either way. Just making a joke. But seriously though, I was surprised. I was like, not one single coin. I assumed that an American had visited at some point and threw a coin in, right? But I think a lot of that behavior is actually just like when you see a lot of money in a wishing well, I feel like it spurs you to consider and think of a wish yourself and throw more money in, right? When you see a clean well with no money, you're like, well, shit, no one else is doing it. I better not do it either. Fuck, right? But my parents used to be like, that's an American thing. Like, they just see water and they want to make a wish. Right? And it's kind of true. But like, yeah, like if you're in America, people be throwing money in there. And I guarantee you, if you could create a business putting a very nice looking fountain in front of a place where 100 million people are going to traffic a month, you're going to make some serious coin. Would y'all agree? Like, you're going to make a lot of coin just harvesting what's in that wishing well. This one must be a scam because no one else has thrown coins in. Yeah, true. Let's see fake watches. What are you talking about? But like, seriously, consider that for a second. She had this Cash App linked in certain places, and therefore between $40,000 and $60,000 came in a year. Right? Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll get out my nicer watches in a second. If you're talking about the ones I'm giving away, they're right here. But I'll probably do a giveaway tomorrow or the day after in the afternoon just to diversify. The top row I need to send to people. The bottom row I can still do a giveaway, and I'm still waiting on a few other ones to come in. So there'll be more giveaways in the future for sure. I mean, I have real watches too. And when we say fake, we're like fake in quotations because some of them aren't even trying to actually pretend to be Richard Milles. They just purposely look like Richard Milles as an homage. If you're convinced that your trust fund is worth more than my marriage and you want to do it by comparing watches, you're going to need to be like fucking Jay-Z or something. Right? It would be very hard. I'm pretty sure I'm in the 0.1% of watch collectors. Anyways, what's in the 200s? Are you saying millions? 200 million? Because ain't no other 200s matter. Okay, first of all, how the fuck are you going to compare your trust fund, which is literally by definition locked in a trust? I don't think you know what you're talking about, dude. I don't think you know what you're talking about. Unless the person who set up your trust fund is a fucking retard. They're not going to... What's the withdrawal rate on your fucking trust fund going to be in the biggest scenario? Like 5%, right? That would be high. That would be a trust fund that's going to run out one day. Let's just say your withdrawal rate per year is 5%. So then you're getting 10 million a year. I make more than 10 million now. I've made more than 10 million every year since 2019. So we're not going to be able to go band for band in any kind of useful way because I would just beat you. Right? And that doesn't even prove that your trust fund's actually that amount of money. You have to understand, like, when you say trust fund is 200 million, it doesn't draw down all 200 million in 1 year, right? That'd be fucking retarded. How's it going, Shine? Dude, Biden actually bought some fucking pretty expensive watches, like relative to other presidents while they were active. My JP Morgan account literally has like right at the minimum of like the 10 million. I just keep it above that amount because I like the private banking optionality. I don't like having people manage my money generally because I feel like, okay, let's be honest, right? if I wanted to maximize my returns without really having to worry about it, I'd probably throw it in the S&P. Anything else is basically slightly value destructive. With JP Morgan, the majority of that $10 million is in a managed product, but it's managed in a way that I can accept. Okay, the vast majority of it is. And that managed product is basically the equivalent of parametric if you are willing to go by the industry leading product. And it's basically, it seeks to emulate as closely as possible the S&P, but it uses hedges and substitute companies in order to try and harvest all the tax losses that it can while tracking the S&P as closely as it can. And so that's kind of the complicated way of describing it, but the easier way would be this, right? In the S&P index, inevitably, every year, there are some companies that do really poorly and some that do really well, right? And the index works because maybe next year, the ones that did poorly this year will do well, and the ones that do well this year will do poorly, right? But when you buy an index, you just ride with the index. There's no tax loss unless you sell the index as a whole at a loss. And because indexes generally rise, you're not going to have any tax losses over 5 years, 10 years, whatever. These parametric products, what they do is they go, okay, this year, let's just say Intel did really bad, right? And Intel is in this segment of the economy. And so we will sell Intel and create a loss, but we're going to buy another similar, position chip company that didn't do badly, so that if Intel surges, it's likely because the industry surged, and we'll capture most of the upside, even though we have sold the Intel. And it does that across all 500 stocks. So every loss is actualized as best as it can be, as long as there's a substitute, right? And the winners are obviously remain in the index, so you're not selling those. And so what it does is it creates tax loss credits that you can apply to other things that you've invested in or earned that year. And so now here's a problem, right? There's an expense ratio that's higher than the S&P, which makes sense because it's a managed product. But also, when they track the index, and I'm hoping to be pleasantly surprised, but when they track the index, I'm assuming, right, that, because I don't know, right? I've only been invested with them for like 3 years, but like over 10 years, over 15 years, over 20 years. Is it going to track the index perfectly? Probably not. Is it going to lag the index? Probably a little bit. Could it possibly beat the index? It could, right? But on average, I would say it will slightly underperform because a higher expense ratio. They could be perfect, and it would still be slightly underperforming because it's a slightly higher expense ratio. However, it doesn't account the value of the tax losses I'm able to harvest every year for that period of time. And I think if you include that, it has a fair shot of meeting and slightly beating the market, while giving me the upside of having access to chase private. That's what I've thought about and planned anyways. I have a stream deck. I'm just so boomery that I forget to use it. I pressed a button. I can switch to like PC lounge. Okay, here, let's do it. Let's do it. Wait, where's it? Yeah. Wait, why didn't it work? Oh, it worked. We used the stream deck. Let me grab a paper towel. But you guys see what I'm saying though? Like, she will complain and go to social media and say like, "Oh, this shit he did is bad." It's like, okay, like, look, I'm sure you could take an action I did and fucking make it look not great, but like when you start using words like financially controlling, you have to understand that even though you might feel that that is a good way to describe that, the world has assigned a very specific meaning to that term, and saying that term is going to make them think the thing that is commonly accepted as the definition, right? If you want to be real extreme, it could be something like this, right? I have developed my own language, and it's similar to English, but some of the words have different definitions. And I have a right to express myself using my own fucking language. And in my language, rape just means slightly aggressively being courted romantically. So this person raped me. It's like, okay, hold on. You got to use that responsibly. If there's even a place to use that, like you have to make like a private forum or some shit where you clearly outline that these are words that are slightly different than what they mean in English, right? And then when you make a public statement on a stream, you still can't use your made up language that isn't really tracking with what everyone else takes the word to mean. I mean, you could, no one can stop you, but you're gonna create the wrong impression with most people, right? And hers is not nearly as egregious as that, but it's like when you say financial control, if you're talking about making a budget, well, that's just not the right word to use. Financially responsible, sure, done, right? But she needs something with a negative spin. Like someone has once told me that like Kate basically doesn't lie, and it's like, okay, like kind of true. But in place of lying, she has this thing where she expresses things in a way that has a negative spin that serves whatever message she's trying to get across. And with that understanding, there is no lie. But my God, does it really scramble the meaning in a way that resembles lying? Right? And I actually hate that kind of hair splitting. I hate that kind of hair splitting because I feel like if you're just going to do that, I'd rather you just lie, because that sounds way, way, way more complicated and way harder to address and resolve. Us Asians are becoming retarded. Grape, yeah. Yeah, I mean it's double speak. Like when she says stuff to like her chat, especially with those big grand accusations, it's like, well, see, that's what I hate. Like I feel like all of this shit started when someone with good intentions was like, and this is like probably one of the worst pieces of advice I've ever fucking gotten. It's not worse because the person who said it is dumb. I don't think they're dumb. It's worse because in my particular situation, it's been weaponized against me, essentially, right? And what they said was like, you know, when Kate tells you something, it might be more conciliatory if you don't just disagree with it and start by saying your feelings are valid. That's not how I feel, and that's not what I see it as, but I accept that you feel that way about it. Right? Now, that's not bad advice. It might even be good advice. I don't know. But when you start doing that, you get absolutely ass-graped if they start thinking because you've acknowledged the validity of their feelings that you're also acknowledging the validity of their expression of that using words that typically mean something else to other people. A little bit of a mouthful. Are y'all tracking? Does that make sense? No, I get it. Like if I were to go back to the drawing board and like let's say I'm not in a relationship, you know, I would probably look, I believe I don't subscribe to blue pill, I don't subscribe to red pill. You know, I'm not particularly fond of Andrew Tate, but someone in chat or somewhere said something that I thought was pretty valid, which is like someone like Tate, right? You don't want to do all the things that he does, obviously, but like it's sometimes instructive, and it doesn't have to be Tate. It could just be any guy who you find to be kind of embodying of like masculine values and virtues. How would they deal with someone who's doing something that they don't like or that they find unacceptable? Right? And I like that because I think that is a good way to approach a new relationship. But I don't think, and they would disagree with me here, that it doesn't work favorably when you've already been in a 10-year long relationship. And what I mean by that is this. I think what they would do is they would set the boundary, and if the boundary is crossed, they would leave. And I accept that that is probably the right thing to do. But I do not believe that thing is currently available to me in the same way it's available to them, because I feel like your actions have to be congruent to that over the course of the entire relationship. Right? It's easy to be like, I shouldn't accept this behavior. So if that behavior happens, I'm going to leave. Right? Because I'm trying to be a little more open-minded about this. It's like this, right? If I acted like that from the very get-go of our relationship, well, then I'd probably stick with it because I think it's just, you know how in economics they call something like a dominant strategy if it's like better in all scenarios, right? Like it's on average in aggregate better in all scenarios. It's not better in every singular scenario, but if you look at the probability of things happening and then you balance it by, you know, all of the probability, all of the things that could happen and the probability / likelihood of them happening, you get to a higher value with the dominant strategy, right? I think that this red pill thing, this Tateism, is the dominant strategy in relationships, in that it should be the guy never yells, always stays calm, and then just clearly and concisely states the boundary when it's breached for the first time, and then just sticks to his guns and leaves if it's breached again. But the problem is, I'm not the guy who has never yelled. That's probably my mistake. I'm also not the guy who's never gotten super angry and said something, you know, he didn't mean per se. Those would all go against that philosophy. And so I think if I just suddenly start adopting that philosophy out the gate, even if I told her this is what I'm going to do going forward, it's just not going to be taken in the same way. Because it hasn't been what I've done for 10 years. And the old reactions and muscle memories that she might have to, you know, having an argument with me, they're not going to adjust to this new paradigm very well, in my opinion. Now, you could say, so be it. Fuck it. Right? But I tend to try and move in a more measured pace than that. You have lots of shit. Maybe that's why you guys have financial issues. I don't understand the context of what having a lot of shit means. And I also dispute the notion that we have financial issues. Unless you're just talking about not having detected that someone spent, you know, a moderate amount of money via credit card on her card. Which is not really an issue because financial institutions nowadays make you whole. It's just annoying to go fishing for every fucking spent entry and figure out what's you and what's not. And I would doubt someone would be able to do that with perfect, veracity, right? You're going to know what every fucking thing is legit or not. You're going to accidentally pick some things that were legit that you don't remember. And you're also going to probably pick some or miss some things that aren't legit that seem like it could be plausible, right? Ah, yes, I found our retard of the day. This statement right here is our fucking we should start doing a thing where I just award a retard of the day chatter award. Okay? Maybe I should just also balance it by having a genius of the day. The way, is that right? The way you talk about stuff with her makes me think you want to control her. You guys are millionaires, and the way you talk about her checking her bank statements like you're going broke is wild. So you're saying that when you get to a certain level of richness, you just shouldn't even look at it? I would argue that in the last easily 2 years, probably longer, but I can say 2 years for sure, I have never said no to anything that she's buying. Even when it doesn't particularly appeal to me, right? And so when you say that, it kind of puzzles me. Like, you're saying that I should just be resigned to not knowing any cadence of how much money she's putting through her card in whatever given month, whatever given year. Not just be okay with all that she's spending, but to also just be ignorant of it. You're saying that's a smart way to do things? Look, I agree that like there are some people who you could probably do that with and it'd be fine, right? And I don't even know if that she's one of those people who it wouldn't be fine with. But I would argue that given the relevant history of the fact that her parents, and therefore, you know, like most people, their parents are like in some ways where they anchor a lot of their behaviors from, right? Like certainly at least that's the way with me, you know? But like I think it's probably the way with everyone to some extent, as long as you've had parents that have been around for your life, right? Her parents spent the vast majority of her life, right, drowning in credit card debt that they finally discharged through bankruptcy. So I don't know if I would just out the gate be like, nah, it's cool. We don't got a budget. I feel like that would be fucking retarded, given the fucking context. Right? It'd be one thing if her parents are very responsible with money, and you know they're always avoiding debt and like investing and getting ahead. I could agree that the role model there might be sufficient to where she just has this passive aversion to overspending, and so she won't, and it doesn't need to be monitored whatsoever. That's okay, I guess. But when everything in the fucking world points to that this could be problematic, I think it's just prudent to monitor these things. Do you disagree? Those bunnies do shit in the house, but they shit in the house in their enclosure, which is cleaned, in theory, daily. People go to federal. Yeah, I know. It's like fucking. And also, like, let's look at what actually happened. Her card did get hacked, and she didn't figure it out for months. And I did get a notice from the IRS that I had to fucking smooth over by paying for the difference and paying a penalty, right? Like, it's not like nothing has ever happened in that realm. No, like a lot has happened in that realm, and I'm just fucking dealing with it, in hindsight. Like, you're fucking retarded, dude. Like, clearly, I hope for your sake that you are a simp and not brain dead, because those are the only two possibilities I see for you. Are you fucking retarded? Damn, dude, you're on a roll. You're gonna win consecutive of these awards. I can feel it. That's why you hire someone to do your taxes. Okay, Bubba, you stupid fuck. I'm assuming that you've never done that before, right? I'm assuming that has never been a thing you've done. You just like are thinking like, well, in theory, a rich person would just hire someone to do their taxes. You haven't been in a position where you've gotten someone to do your taxes. Because if you had, that person can only do what you give them access to. So if they ask you, okay, Nick, I'm going to file your taxes. Show me your expenses. Show me your income. Give me all the 1099s. Give me all the statements. And you give them all of your statements except one. And then you're going to fucking surprise Pikachu face when they underreport your income because you held back one. Are you fucking retarded? They can't do more than what you give them to do. Are you fucking stupid? Or are you a simp? You want me to handle something for her that she's hiding? Unless this person's just gonna breathe down her fucking back and stand over her every second of the day, I don't fucking know how he could fucking find an amount of money that she was hiding and not reporting anywhere. Do you know what the fuck? Oh my God. This is those magical hand-waving people. You're rich, you have no problems. There cannot be any problems. You're so rich, the IRS is gonna overlook you, miss and underreporting income. You're an idiot because it's actually the opposite, okay? If you make above a certain amount, they are more likely to check your shit closely. And we are way above that fucking amount. It's like fucking $1 or $2 million. Like we've ran fucking laps around that amount, sometimes by over tenfold. They're looking very fucking closely. Okay? And here's the thing, right? I think our saving grace of why it wasn't a bigger penalty or we didn't get in more trouble was because 40 to 60,000, because it was over 2 years, right? Basically 100,000 over 2 years. 1 year is 40 something, 1 year is 60, 63 or something like that. It was because relative to the income we were reporting, it was tiny. So basically they just gave us a hand slap fine, let us pay the difference, and we're on our merry way. If it was a significant amount, it runs the risk of them pursuing actual charges, like criminal, right? But it's a bad fucking habit to start fucking engaging in, obviously. Because the penalty alone is already a fucking downside, right? And obviously, if they flag you once for shit like that, you better believe they're gonna fucking look extra close at everything in the future, which is annoying because you might have to provide a lot of extra information. It takes more time out of your life in the future. All negative. A rich person cannot escape replying to the IRS, contrary to popular belief, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Like, are you fucking retarded, dude? Like, oh my God, why don't you hire someone to fucking do your taxes? Well, the problem is she's not revealing where some of the income is. And that's why the budgeting part is fucking important. Because if she was budgeting, then she wouldn't feel like she had to hide the income because she wouldn't feel like she would have to obscure, because like she didn't want to show that she was spending that money in that way. But then she also wasn't going to report the income because if she reported the income, then the question would be, well, where did that money go then? You get what I'm saying? Like it was a side slush fund for her and it wasn't significant. It's like 40 to 60K or whatever. And she didn't spend all of it for those 2 years. Right? But like the whole point is like she was motivated to even hide it in the first place because, or sorry, she was motivated to underreport the income in the first place because she was trying to hide the amount that was being spent through her. Right? It's a tiny little white lie-ish thing that grows and grows because you have to service the lie. Does that make sense? Oh, fucking yeah, dude. The gas stations, in hindsight, were some of the best investments I did, and certainly one of the best risk-adjusted investments I could ever do. Because it's different, right? If you say, like, what is the most percentage gain you've made on any asset? Probably Bitcoin. But there was probably a lot of, and maybe you disagree with this, and that's fair. I think there was potentially a lot of latent risk in Bitcoin, right? It's like if you invest in a startup, you could make a fuck ton of money. Peter Thiel made $5 billion plus on his first money into Facebook investment. But if you really look at it objectively, there were probably many scenarios in which Facebook wouldn't have panned out as well, right? And so there was a lot of risks taken, but a lot of reward happening. The gas stations, I think, is a pretty decent reward. And I feel like there was basically zero risk. And I mean that, actually. I know, and I don't say zero risk lightly. Okay? I don't say that lightly whatsoever. I promise you that. It was basically as close to zero risk as I've ever seen in my fucking life. And I will defend that statement for just a second. You go, why is it zero risk? What if the gas station, like, let's use the most extreme example, okay? First of all, the gas station is insured, right? Let's just start there. But let's just pretend, for the sake of the example, that it was not insured. Okay? And Godzilla fucking steps on that one. So it's gone. I lost all the money I put into it. So why is it zero risk? Because I would still say zero risk. Well, because the money that I was using to fund it is the money I was going to pay the IRS, but now that I've depreciated the gas station even before Godzilla stepped on it, I don't have to pay that money to the IRS until I sell the gas station. And now it's fucking worth zero, so even if I sold it, I wouldn't have that tax liability. The IRS lost their money, not me. You get what I'm saying? It's the same. It's funny because it's like the opposite of what the IRS normally does to people. And I'm saying that a little bit pejoratively, but it's like there's this quote, if you're in business, that you'll hear every so often, which is like, you have to remember that one of your silent partners is the US government. Because when you make a startup and it succeeds wildly, they're going to be there to collect the tax revenue. And corporate tax revenue has varied between 20 to 40% or so, federal, that is, right? Like that used to be the corporate tax. And so basically, essentially up to 40%, half your money almost, is actually the government taking their share of whatever you've built, right? And so the government didn't invest any money into your company directly. They just reap the benefits if you succeed. It's that dumb thing the red pill people say about how, well, they say pejoratively about girls, but they go like, girls don't generally go through the journey with you. They just wait at the finish line to see who wins the race and fuck the winners. I do not necessarily subscribe to that view. I think a lot of girls will build things and build a life with you. But like that is absolutely what the IRS does, right? They don't give a fuck if Open AI or whatever AI company succeeds. They're just gonna wait for the one that does, that prints money, and they're gonna fucking take their share. The IRS doesn't care if you win or lose. They just stand at the finish line and fuck the winners. But the funny thing about the gas stations and the little bit of a opportunity and loophole that essentially came during the 2016 Trump years, is that you get to basically reverse Uno them, right? The IRS will get their money one day if my gas stations keep succeeding and I sell them at a profit. But if my gas station fails, the IRS loses their potential tax revenue. For me, if I hadn't done the investment and I had to pay the IRS instead, I'm still out the same amount of money. And that's why I say it's so risk-adjusted good. It's like as close to zero risk as I'm ever going to see. Make sense? Ah, yes. So ironically that you mentioned Waskei. Have I considered agriculture farmland? I have, but ironically, it's under the exact same principle. Now, I think farmland and agricultural land could just be a positive regardless of this. But the 2016 act that I was citing, the Jobs and Taxes Act, I believe is what it's called, it actually outlines, like, I think 3 different economic slices where you get accelerated 100% bonus depreciation year one. One of those is oil and gas, hence the gas stations. One of those is low-income housing, hence Section 8, blah, blah, blah. The third one was agriculture and farmland. And so in the same vein as I did the gas stations, and when I say gas stations, I kind of include this in it, even though maybe I should just start explicitly saying it. But like we also invested in a bunch of orchards in Florida and Georgia under the exact same principle as the gas station. Any improvement we made was 100% depreciated, right? And so we once again basically leveraged the IRS's money to make those investments in real estate. And those investments are doing pretty well. I just have never done anything like that. And so I was surprised at how irregular the cash flow is. Basically, all of the farmland orchard stuff that we own is being used to grow Valencia oranges, which my understanding is that's the orange that typically makes it into orange juice. And so I remember being like, hey, I was expecting a dividend from this endeavor. What gives? And they were like, sorry, there's like a longer winter. And so the oranges had to be harvested, a month later. And so then we can't sell the oranges until they're harvested. And so the dividend's going to be a month late. And then when a month later happened, I got the dividend I expected. And so it's kind of funny to me because it's like, oh shit, like this is a real business. You can't just be sitting there like, where the fuck is my money? Right? Like, it's not like it works on your times table. It's literally like fucking you're growing oranges, right? It's kind of in God's work, right? This is why I guess ancient peoples and Native Americans had a god of the harvest. You get what I'm saying? You fucking can't be like, where is my money, right? Until you've delivered the oranges. We still have every gas station we've ever bought. We still have every orchard we've ever invested in as well. Nothing has been sold yet.